Hey, welcome back, everyone. Gats, thank you very much for the 33 months. Poda, how's it going? This isn't my first session with this game. This is my second session. We started this a few days ago. But how's it going, everyone? I didn't mean to take the last 2 days off. Um, I thought I had health and safety people coming over to check the electricity and the gas and stuff, and I thought they were going to come into my room and that I'd need to get like unpack my streaming equipment and stuff. Um, but they never ended up checking my room, so it was all pointless. Um, and yeah, I thought they were going to come early yesterday. So the night before yesterday, I ended up just staying up. I couldn't get to sleep. And I thought they'd be here at like 8 or 9 o'clock. And they never arrived. And I ended up just staying up for the whole day, forcing myself to stay up for like 24 plus hours. It was very silly. But yeah, I'm back. RJ, how's it going? All the streams of this game inspired me to give it a second run. Hey, that's good, Black Obsidian. Yeah, I saw Dave was playing it again yesterday. I dropped in for a little bit, but he was talking to characters that I haven't seen, and I didn't want to spoil too much of it for myself. Rudy, how's it going? Give me a second here. I'll get the game up. Mako with the 23 as well. Thank you. Welcome back. Okay. I was just kind of arranging stuff differently in my room as well, so just make sure my mic is in the right spot. Will you save this playthrough? I will, Spacey. I need to make sure I keep up to date on my past broadcasts as well. I didn't save any of the Neo 2 VODs. I really should have, I guess, but I'm just not sure when I'll be going back to Neo 2 or if I'll even finish it on stream. I think I might continue to play that off stream. I, of course, need to save all the Doom Eternal VODs. Yeah, I'll try and make sure I have everything. I usually try and save all my first playthroughs. Most of them, anyway. Okay, I think we're just about good to go. Oh, it's warm. I got myself, don't tell anyone, but I got myself some more materials to make some White Russians. Just so I can role play more accurately, as our alcoholic cop here. Thought I'd get myself a few drinks. I think we're going to watch Inland Empire later on as well for movie night. Just considering all the references in this game right here. Well, maybe not all the references. It's not like it's full of references to the film or anything, but just that one skill that you have in the game. Raul, how's it going? Good to see you. How are you getting on? Listopat, thanks for helping me out earlier, Listopat. Figuring out what was going on with the dates. I just heard from so many people that it was the 19th. And I looked it up and I saw some articles saying the 19th. I talked to Prince Vegeta, who's from the US. He couldn't see it on the US store. You'd think it would be at least there on the store by this stage, like to pre-order, but I guess because it's a lesser-known game and it's a remaster and everything, Sony aren't going to care too much. But yeah, I'm looking forward to playing that when that comes out. Although we're doing a marathon starting this Friday on Outer Heaven, so I won't be able to play it on Friday. But yeah, 5 days, around 5 days after the release, I'll be able to check it out. Really intrigued to see the wonderful 101 after all these years. Always been meaning to check that game out. Yeah, Raul, I don't think you were here during my first stream of it, were you? Let's get back into it. Apparently a lot of streamers dropped this game because it just wasn't bringing in the numbers. I can see why as well, you know, it's a lot of text, a lot of reading. And you kind of have to be there from the beginning to really follow it. You know, it's not like, you know, it's all about the text and it's all about the story. So if you're not involved in it, it'd be hard to be engaged by it, you know? How's my singing voice today? Not the best. I mean, my singing voice isn't great most days. I mean, it's passable. The same as it is every day, I guess, really. I didn't die in the first 10 seconds because I was watching Dave stream and I saw him do it, so I avoided it. Yeah, let's have had a lot of the French words and names throw me off, like certain names of people and cities and places can often throw me off. Really digging it though. So at the end of yesterday's stream, we were talking to this woman who is a member of the board at Wild Pines, a logistics company which pretty much runs this whole place. Where we are now, Martinez, was originally built as like a tourist resort, specifically for the employees that work for Wild Pines. And shortly after that, that's when the revolution happened, apparently. And we don't know too much about the revolution. And I guess that's when all the employees rose up against them. That really gave you an impression of how powerful they were, you know, that this whole place was for their workers. Where they could go on holiday, away from the workplace. Usually that's what you want from a holiday, right? You want to go far away from the company you work for, but not with Wild Pines. And yeah, she had a lot of things to say. And we still have more to talk about with her. I think I was talking to her for around half an hour. Going through all her dialogue. Maybe longer. I think it was longer. She was telling us about the labor union and that's basically corrupt. It's run by two brothers who exploit a loophole. They basically keep re-electing each other. One brother is the president for like 4 years and then the other one takes over and then they go back and forth. And I think they've basically established like a racist commune or something. Like I think the two heads of the union are just like massive racists. We were speaking to one other guy who was a big racist. One of the protesters, I think it was. But yeah, it's an intriguing intriguing story so far. I think I like the world building and all the political intrigue. The melancholic atmosphere of the city. Love the style as well, the art style. Implosion, how's it going? Gurko, what's up? Welcome back, everyone. Did I play the Wasteland series? No. All right, let's talk to her again. Oh yeah, and if you missed the first session and you don't know what's going on, just some more backstory. We're playing as this crazy alcoholic cop who likes to get all existential and, you know, questioning everything about the world, because we don't really remember anything about our past, what the world is. So we like to ask lots of funny philosophical questions every now and then to the random people we meet. We're an obnoxious philosophical alcoholic cop, basically, trying to figure out what's going on, and we're investigating a murder with our partner here, who's a little bit more competent than us. And yeah, and I think the guy who was murdered was he a part of this union? I can't actually remember what the deal is with him now. But anyway, he's involved in this whole union drama. Maybe someone can remind me what we know about the murder so far. It's just some random guard. Am I playing some Animal Crossing later? Maybe not later on tonight. I'll definitely be playing it sometime in the next couple of days. I want to check out Blathers' tour. Apparently there's a special event going on in Animal Crossing right now. Celebrating National Museum Day. And it's going on until the end of the month. Blathers is doing some shit with his museum, so I'm intrigued to check that out. Let's see. Oh yeah, another thing I wanted to check out here was all the info. I haven't read any of this stuff here, and I know there's a lot of information regarding stats and stuff. Let's just check out our stuff here. We're very big on psyche. First one here is volition, and the text is so small, and I don't think you can increase the size of this text here. I think it's just the other text when you're speaking to people. Cool for sane people, well-adjusted, cops, and the non-suicidal. Volition urges you to be a good guy to others and to yourself. It enables you to resist temptations, be it in a bottle, between a pair of legs, or at the end of an iron barrel, which promises oblivion. Volition gives you the will to finish the investigation, improving your morale. One of the 2 health pools in the game. Boring! Yeah, I know. Hey, Wexford, how's it going? My Inland Empire stat seems to be off the charts, doesn't it? At high levels, volition makes you hyper sane. Hyper sane. When you're about to get funky, it keeps you normal. It's a bit of a party pooper. At low levels, however, you'll have little morale. Without it, you'll be a profoundly unstable cop, falling apart at the seams as you make irreversible mistakes. Hold on, let me just see if I can increase the size of this text. I'm fucking squinting here trying to read this. Nope. Okay. Yeah, I guess maybe I should think about increasing that volition. I don't know. It seems like you can just, like, get through the game with whatever, but... Right, let's read the description for Inland Empire. Just because I'm playing on one monitor at the moment, Listopat, and I have it in windowed mode, and I want my chat up beside it as well, I guess I could probably increase it. Cool for dreamers, paranatural investigators, mental creators. Sounds like Inland Empire, alright. Inland Empire is the unfiltered wellspring of imagination, emotion, and foreboding. I think that says emotion. It enables you to grope. Is that what that says? Grope your way through invisible dimensions of reality, gaining insight into that which sight can't see. What's really going? What do these enigmatic riddles mean for the world fate? We never get to go dreamy or anything. This is horrible. At high levels, Inland Empire animates the inanimate. You'll have conversations with your clothing. Conversations that may change the course of the investigation if you're not thrown into the loony bin first. With low Inland Empire, however, you'll be void of imagination and character. And then how will you shape the cosmos? Empathy. Cool for judges of character, interviewers, and interrogators. Empathy breaks into the souls of others. That's I don't know why that got me. Because it makes it sound manipulative, almost, like, right off the bat. Which, like, that really shouldn't be what empathy is, right? Feeling for other people. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's a way to put it. Just breaking into someone's soul, though. It's like you're trespassing. Breaks into the souls of others and forces you to feel what's inside. Is this how you feel, Raoul? At your workplace? It enables you to notice social cues others may miss. Perhaps a hidden sadness you could coax out. Perhaps some hidden sadness you could coax out a little more. A strange joy from someone who should be bereaved. Or a hidden resentment that could return to harm you later. At high levels, empathy really puts you in other people's shoes. You'll cry for their sorrows, punch walls to relieve their angers, and be an even more unstable cop. With low empathy, however, you'll be an ungainly beast, unable to talk to anyone without upsetting them. I think that says beasts, where it should just say beast, but the text is very small. Authority. Cool for leaders, experts of psychological warfare, respect junkies. Authority urges you to assert and reassert your dominance over those around you. It enables you to understand the power dynamic of groups and thugs, let's say there, know how far you can push a perpetrator and how to establish control of situations. At high levels, authority demands respect. Even a perceived slight could send you into knee-breaking mode. With low authority, however, you're forever in awkward situations. Like when you suffer psychological breakdowns after you yell at teenagers and they laugh at you. How do I pronounce this again? Esprit de corps, I think. Esprit de corps is the very spirit of policing. The cop-geist. It enables you to understand your blue-souled sisters and brothers. Not only by picking up subtle signals from your partner, but by witnessing flash sideways scenes as they play out in your precinct. Esprit de corps. At high levels, you'll be the very heart of the police force. Not only willing and able, but obliged to take a bullet for your partners. However, without esprit de corps, you'll be flying blind, unable to understand discreet remarks colleagues make in high-stakes situations. Remarks that might just save your life. What does that mean? What does esprit de corps mean? Suggestion. Cool for diplomats, charmers, and sociopaths. Solidarity. Okay. Oh, of course, spirit of the corps. Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm just being an idiot. Suggestion urges a soft power approach. If people think they want what you want, you've already won. This skill enables you to implant ideas into the minds of others. Seems like it would work quite well with a bit of empathy there, after breaking into them. You can make the citizens like you more. You can make gangsters turn on each other, too. Many crime rings have been broken by just a little doubt, after all. Really great descriptions for these. At high levels, suggestion makes you affable to everyone and more resistant to their charms in turn. But all that schmoozing and oozing charm will make you slimy, and you'll know it, even if no one else does. With low levels of suggestion, though, you'll have difficulty getting any kind of rapport with others. You'll be alone, both during the day and at night. Man, that might be my favorite description so far. I really like that one. But all that schmoozing and oozing charm will make you slimy, and you'll know it, even if no one else does. Great. Mr. Freets with the 21 months, thank you. And most of all, thank you for your chicken coop. Hold on, 1 second, guys. Okay, I think we'll leave that there for now. We'll read all of those eventually. My character is a dumbass. Yeah, he is. But I mean, who needs dumbass? Who needs dumbass? Looks like I'm a fucking dumbass. Who needs intellect when you have fucking Inland Empire? Am I right? Come on, man. Look at all of my suggestive powers and my authority and my great empathy. I can speak to the cosmos. I'm above intellect. I'm far above intellect. You know? I can talk to my fucking shirt. I can talk to my feet. I'd like to see any of these intelligent assholes do that. They can't talk to their feet. Have a meaningful conversation with their thigh. Who needs dumbass? I've only had one small drink. I've had one White Russian, but I'm gonna get some more soon, just so I can keep role playing as this guy. I must transcend. Intelligence just gets in the way of good conversation. I agree, Raul. No, I'm not gonna get pissed. Well, maybe like after the stream, I might have a couple more drinks. But yeah, let's get back to this woman here. So like I was saying earlier, just to catch people up who weren't here, she is an associate, an ambassador of the Wild Pines organization. The company that pretty much runs this place. Logistics company.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
And she wants us to go and infiltrate the labor union, I think, around here, and kind of pit them against each other and just, like, deconstruct that whole thing. Which is run by the two brothers, apparently, who I think are, like, raging racists. And, the labor union seems to also be connected to the murder that we're investigating. Fawcett, with the 33 months as well. Thank you. Exactly, Raul. Let me just make sure I'm up to date on everyone else as well. Mako, Gats, Fawcett, Freet, I think I am. So I think we failed some stuff here. Fuma with the 17 months as well, thank you. I've got some more questions about reality. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, did I not go through all these? Oh my god, how much dialogue does she have? More lessons in basic reality. She's positively surprised. My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. Where are we? We're in Marinades, baby. Baby? A casual term of endearment, popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover. Pay it no heed. I'm a disco holdover myself. Well, we have to be with those pants, don't we? Ha! She smiles. Aren't we all? And what is Marinades? Marinades is a district of Revachol. She looks around, her green raincoat flapping in the wind. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of 881 and Jamrock. I feel like we've been through all these options. Did we not do this? Maybe not. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. I mean, like, she already told us about Revachol being a tourist, or like a holiday district for their employees and everything, but... Shelled to smithereens during the revolution. She shrugs. It has its charms. Just not this time of the year. I haven't seen that film, Wexford, no. You mentioned a sea. What sea is this? It's not really a sea. It's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean. Hey, Dave. Build? I see. Mean, thank you for the 29 months. Welcome everyone coming in from Dave's stream. How's it going? I saw you were playing quite a bit of this, Dave. I dropped in for a few minutes, but well, less than a few minutes. I just saw you were talking to characters that I haven't met. So I thought I'd scoot out. But yeah, welcome anyone coming in from Dave's stream. We're playing some Disco Elysium. So like, yeah, there really is a lot of reading. It's pretty constant, really. It's what you're doing 90% of the time, it seems. But I'm enjoying the story, so I don't really mind. We just started up and we're continuing our conversation with this woman. Although, I think that we might be repeating the same conversation as before. We only just started, but I have a lot of things to talk to her about, and I thought we were almost done with her at the end of the last stream. Yeah, Big Catty, you're a little bit fucking late there with your build caps. Come on, man. Do you see any other builds in the chat in the last minute? Come on, man. You just need to give up when that happens. Hey, I'm a part of the raid, everyone! Hey! You're not a part of the raid. You should be ashamed of yourself. Let's continue here. It's not really sea, it's the Bay of Revachol, and the bay feeds into the ocean. Are we near the ocean? Yes, we're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic. Inland Empire, vast, lukewarm, and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight. I think we're going to watch Inland Empire later on, Dave, if you're interested for movie nights. I kind of expect half the people watching to just drop out, because it's a pretty hard film. It's a pretty challenging film. It's the European extreme of David Lynch movies, and it's like 3 hours long. And on a first viewing, at the halfway point, chances are you're just not going to have any clue what's going on. But, I'm looking forward to it. Let's see. Vast, lukewarm, and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight. Okay, that's Martinez. What's Revachol? Continue. Tell me more about Martinez. What's the name of this island? Tell me about another, perhaps even more fundamental aspect of reality. So hold on, a question about what just happened here. What did this Inland Empire's success do for us in terms of dialogue options here? Did this open up all of these dialogue options? I guess it didn't, because I'd imagine Tell Me More About Martinez was always there. Did it open up this dialogue option? Or what did it do? I think it just adds one where there are some of these autopass fail ones, right? Sometimes this, yeah, I kind of figured that much Listopath. But I think they also do open up dialogue options a lot of the time. And sometimes they just give you info, right? Yeah, because I was just reading the descriptions of the skills just there for the first time, Dave. If you read all the descriptions of the skills, some of them are great. Yeah, Freeman, I really like Inland Empire. It's a hard watch the first time through, I think. But I really started to enjoy it a lot more the second and third time. You start to really get a grasp of what's going on. Yeah, I still need to read most of them. I read almost all of them on the Psyche tree. All right, tell me more about Martinez. I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. She closes her eyes. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. She opens them. As I told you, Martinez used to be a province, a workers' resort. Oh wait, okay. So it did save our conversation from before. She has a lot to say, man. Desert dude, how's it going? As I told you, Martinez used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its part. Now the reeds are the real star of the show here. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets. Great descriptions, man. What's the name of this island? Tayu, as you already know. She looks to the waters. Imagine a pebble, a smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea. Misshaped, cracked. The cracks are the River Esperance. We're in the delta of this river, on the 6th branch, Martinez distributary. I think we had some other descriptions of this place as a pebble. I forget where it was now, but we've had a similar description before. Empathy. It's clear this pebble is of enormous value to her. It would seem so, yes. Tell me about another, perhaps even more fundamental aspect of reality. I would be happy to. What is a preposterously expensive education for if not sharing? What is this acute encephalopathy? Encephalopathy, what is that? It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include retrograde amnesia. It's quite serious. You should get yourself checked out. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, we were behaving quite strangely around her before. And we were discussing my problems. She conveys it in short, cold bursts, trying not to invest too deeply in the condition of this doomed detective. Empathy, man. You could be a little bit more empathetic there, I think. That's quite savage from empathy there. That doesn't feel too empathetic to me. I mean, she's being empathetic. But am I not feeling these things? Is empathy not talking to me as well at the same time? Am I not feeling is the cop not feeling what empathy has to say here about him? Let's see. What causes encephalopathy? Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use. Oh, it's probably from surgery then. That seems unlikely. Electrochemistry. What this boils down to is this reality thing is stupid. Blow this joint. Grab a bottle and drain that shit right down your throat. Electrochemistry. Always dying for the drink. I have somewhere to party right now. Leave. Wipe that urge from your mind and get back to reality. What times are these? These are unimportant times, detective. She puts her finger to her lips, then points at you. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late. Interesting. Too late for what? For the big time. Her eyes light up. There's a flash of teeth. The smile of a predator. No doubt what she's got in mind. You've got a predatory streak. I don't think so. Come on, this Half-Light is showing us some teeth as well. He looks predatory, man. I don't know. I don't think she has a predatory streak. It's so tempting to say it though. But I kind of want to stay on her good side. Yeah, it's a great portrait. I really like most of them. One of the physical portraits kind of reminds me of a Paramite from Abe's Odyssey. Ziggy with the 2 years. Thank you so much, Ziggy. Cheers. And Nico, it's good to see you. What's the big time? The revolution, she says. Ha! And what is this revolution I keep hearing about? It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next. Who gets shot in the head and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle. Yeah. Sounds about right. When was this kerfuffle? Turn of the century revolution? She smiles mischievously. Don't answer it, it's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Gra Isola. Though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved. Who started it? It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Sarat. A particularly virulent prison disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government. Interesting. That's a big reveal. What did this Saraf do? Oh, that didn't say prison. Oh, prion disease. What's a prion disease? Prison disease sounded interesting. Disease passed by eating brains? Misfolded proteins with the ability to transmit their misfolded shape onto normal variants of the same protein. If you eat the brains of an infected animal, you catch it right. It made people overthrow their governments. Wow, really? Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark. Oh, really, Wexford? Maybe our main boy here was eating some fucking brains then. Maybe he was chowing down on some ox brains while getting hammered off his face. He is looking a bit corpse-like down there. She does have a bit of a Thatcher look about her, doesn't she? I really like her portrait here. I like how you can see the mast behind her on the portrait as well. The flag. Where did it spread from there? From Rebishal and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Azov's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end. What came next? Why, you and I, officer. She spreads her arms, raincoat flapping in the wind. Our lives in the zone of control. Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Our lives are not the same. No doubt, but we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you'd think. What is the zone of control? A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting internum of the coalition of nations, and you, of course, the citizens' militia. What is an internum? Internum. Esprit de corps. The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of a reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage. A period when normal government is suspended, especially between successive reigns or regimes. Okay. That makes sense. That is bizarre, that esprit de corps thing. I wonder if that's what led to those other scenes we got with those other cops. You know, where the scene would completely change and would be from the perspective of all these other guys. This game's reading level is too high for you. It's really not too bad. I mean, there are you do get to some odd words every now and then and things you might not understand, but for the most part it's okay, I think. And then there are like place names and names of people that are hard to read. Lots of French and stuff like that, which can be a struggle for me. Even though I studied fucking French in school, would you believe? And did fairly well. Just forgot pretty much all of it. What happened in the rest of the world? Modernity. They developed the marvels of intersolar communication, telematic milius, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade. What's the interisolary communication? I'm letting chat be Google for me. I was actually looking up words yesterday. I should get off my ass and Google some of these words. Between wee islands. Let me just Google it here. Oh my god. It auto completed for me by mistake, and I got interisolary trousers, Disco Elysium. Hold on. That's not what I'm looking for. How did that happen? Oh, hey. Is it a made up word? I think it's a made up word. All the results are related to Disco Elysium. I just typed interisolary definition, and I'm not getting any definition of the word. Okay. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade. It's been like this for how long exactly? 43 years. Hard to fathom, I know. What have we been doing all that time? The 20s saw a decade of urban war. West of the river leveled. Offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell. And after that, the 30s, things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere. Were they? No, it was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an Isola-wide hangover, you might say. And here we are. She curtsies. Fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. Curious. Welcome to reality, baby. Empathy. From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control. You can see it in her eyes. Days slipping away. Dave, I haven't spent a single skill point yet. You just reminded me. I was watching some of your stream the other day and I realized that I haven't spent any skill points. I didn't know you could spend skill points. And I was watching your stream like, yeah, I should really spend some skill points. So we'll spend some skill points after this conversation. From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control. You can see it in her eyes, days slipping away. You seem to be thrilled. I've no right to be dissatisfied, she shakes her head. This shirt is Barbara Moscova. This raincoat is impervious to rain, and it's guaranteed for 100 years. My daughters will wear it. No, it's just... She looks at the crumbling tenements, paint flecking from the stone. Her voice is almost wistful. We could have had so much more. Every one of us. If only we'd played it right. Vegeta with the 32 months, thank you. Yeah, I just don't think I've really played an RPG of this type before. It's probably why I didn't even think about leveling stuff up. I was just like, let me just go and talk to everyone. And I thought all my stuff was just leveling up or something by itself. I don't know. I guess I just wasn't paying attention. Can I just stop this for now? That's enough about the times. They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Okay, so do we level up here? Yes, we do. Here it is. Here. Why didn't I notice the level up thing here? Okay. Where do I... Can I see my experience anywhere? Skill points 2, I guess. Dumb as a rock, yeah. We'll leave the intellect at 1, I think. Well, maybe we'll level it up a wee bit. Oh, so I only had two things to level up anyway. Fair enough. I should say though, with skill points, there's the whole white check system thing. Okay, maybe someone else in chat can tell me. Is there something else I should know about leveling stuff up? I think that's all we can do for now, anyway. Yeah, I really like this theme. The brass, it really has, almost reminds me of a national anthem. But with the melancholic feel, it really just captures this whole place. This decaying city has a militaristic kind of vibe to it as well. Has a sense of faded glory. That's a great way to put it, Black Obsidian. Those are the words I was looking for. Yeah.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Did I lose out on all those other things we were talking about now? No. Okay. Guys, I'm just going to take a quick break as well. Give me, like, a minute. I'm just going to go grab another White Russian so I can keep my role play intact. Be right back. Alright, fools, I'm back. Okay. Turn on the lights. Getting a little bit dark. Okay. Let's see. More lessons in basic reality. Let's see. What is the RCM again? Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol detectives. Yes, the lieutenant steps in to make a gesture encompassing you both. We are the Revachol citizens militia. Yeah, I could see the low roar comparison, Van. Hug with the 30 months. Thank you. Okay, we already went through that? Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol. What are you? What I am not is a basic term of reality, she smiles. Suggestion. Everyone wants to talk about themselves. She will, in time. What is this? Spread your hands. A bird? She tilts her head. A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Keep guessing. Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. Joyce raises her eyebrows. You're an ancient ruin. A symbol of hubris and decay, half submerged into some salty sea. She is quite poetic, isn't she? And she's quite alright with our bullshit too, you know, she's happy to indulge our nonsense here. She has a lot of patience. Are you saying I'm ruined? Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. I meant, what is this place here? Ah, she spreads her arms almost as wide. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, however you pronounce it, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. What is Rue de Saint-Ghislain 33A? A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. I think it's nouveau. But 33A and 33B are not nouveau. They're old. Or no, is it nouveau? No, it's not nouveau. I'm pretty sure it's pronounced vu. Or the, nouveau. Nouveau. Nouveau? I don't think it's nouveau, Wexford. I think it's nouveau. They're old. She looks up at the crumbling facade. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay and the delta. That was before the war, of course. Who lived in them? Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate. Before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off. Oh shit. Cindy the Skull. Splat, splat! From a dilapidated balcony, a young girl in odd clothes gives Joyce the evil eye. A red paintbrush held to her throat. Wonderful. What is that? Points to Cindy the Skull. The girl in the old lady rags? No, I meant something basic about reality. Yes. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture. Infraculture. Yes. You and I belong to the supraculture. We're common. The herd. Music on the radio. The food in the chain restaurant. Those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. Too popular. Right. I'm sure that's the real way to define it. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It's an illusion, I'm afraid. There's no refuge from the supraculture. Okay, now explain the same thing, but to a child. I understand everything. Make it more complicated somehow. Explain the same thing, but to a child. Young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people's clothes are stupid, and their little rebellion is self-defeating. We were comparing her to Thatcher earlier, Storm. But who is this woman? She works for Wild Pines, a logistics company that basically owns this city. And we're just learning about the place from her, and I think she wants us to go and disrupt or kind of investigate the labor union. The labor union is corrupt and it's ran by these two brothers, I think, who are these big racists. I think the union is also involved in the murder that we're investigating. But yeah, we're learning all about this society from her and this culture that we're in. Yeah, she's great so far. I'm really enjoying all the dialogue with her. I'm getting a lot of lore, you know, we're learning a lot about the world of the game from her. So young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people's clothes are stupid, and their little rebellion is self-defeating. And I think we might actually be done now with her. I guess we could try and go for some of these. Conceptualization. Fail. Okay. Let's see if I can level anything up. Doesn't seem like it. This lady is like an oracle type character. Oh, I wouldn't go that far, man. I don't think so. You've missed maybe 3 hours or so, Storm. Hey, up here, piggo. Yeah, you better keep walking. Southwest entrance to the tenements. A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response. Oh, I love that violin. The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
On the door. I'm not letting any more strangers inside.
Hold on,
It
who am
doesn't
I
matter
speaking
who
to?
I am. Now, go on, get out of here.
This is the police. Open the door. And I love the portrait.
The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here.
Please let me inside. It's cold out here.
No,
But I'm not joking.
I already told you, I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Okay, she trails off, leaving the sentence unfinished. Kim, tell her we're real policemen. She'll believe you, Kim. Because you're more of a real policeman.
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
There's no reply, just faint sweeping sounds inside. Alright. So how are we going to get around the back here? Kim, let me talk to you. Inland Empire 14. Convince Kim there's a sexy dark mystery twist in the case. Oh, we get another shot at this. Yes! Out of nowhere. Hold on. Kim, what if you did it? What if you killed the Hanged Man? Did what? The Hanged Man? Yes, you killed him. And then as part of the plan, you drowned out the memory. Maybe this is why your chest feels so hollow. You did an awful thing, and you can't even bring yourself to acknowledge it. Everyone's chiming in here. Inland Empire, empathy, physical instrument. Are you sure you would have had the strength to take down a hardened mercenary? You're not in the best shape. Kim, I think I may be the murderer. I killed the man and then tricked myself into forgetting about it. Keep it to yourself. This is your burden to bear now. What nonsense. Discard the idea. Let's go for the first one. The lieutenant appears unfazed. And what has led you to this conclusion? I'm a bad person. I believe I could have done anything. My chest feels hollow, like I did something terrible. That's a common side effect of overindulgence. It will pass. So you're saying I didn't kill him? I find that highly unlikely. It's not unusual for detectives to feel complicit in the crime until the perpetrator is apprehended, especially when the investigation is dragging. So let's get back to it, shall we? And that's that, okay. I wonder if that's going to affect anything later on. Probably not. But it's just kind of funny that it's a conversation that's based on our stats, you know? Maybe it will affect something. Okay. Can we go up here? Talk to this wall here? This is a wall on the side of an apartment building. Conceptualization, why am I looking at this wall? very low. Fuck it, let's go for it. 3%. Let's do it. Ha! Oh! You have no clue. It's just a wall. So many walls all over Martinez. Weather worn, cracked, their paint peeling. Well, we tried our best. Oh, there's a kid. Found some more cash. Magnesium. Health item. Hold on. Morale 1 out of 5. If we reach 0 morale, we die, I think. I think we used that magnesium, did we? Because I thought I noticed my health go up a little bit. Oh, I didn't even see this guy. This was Kuno's friend. You don't use from this menu. Okay. Skill points internalize. Whoa, 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 whoa. What am I doing? There's pulses in the lower left corner. Oh, pluses. Oh, in-game. Oh, yeah. Ah, right, I see. There we go. I guess we may as well use all this. Now we're good. Also, Vitepi, how's it going? I don't think I said hi. Yeah, I was wondering where Kuno's friend was during that scene.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep? Pigs come to take me out? Trying to snuff me out?
Are you sleeping right now? Don't get fucking clever with me, pig. You think you're so clever. She hisses.
Trying to sneak up on me again? Trying to snuff me out?
Oh! Oh, and that's it? Okay. Orange bum hat. +1 reaction speed, +1 rhetoric. An orange beanie with a couple of big ass holes on the side. It looks like it might have been used as a mask during an armed robbery. Hey, looking good. Oh yeah, I forgot that we found a plastic bag. We can make some money with that plastic bag. We can go and pick up bottles and recycle it for cash. Another splattering of bullet holes on this wall. Pain threshold. The spread pattern of these bullet holes makes your chest ache. Your breath grows heavier. You peer into the faded marks in the stone. They peer back like an endless row of tiny black holes. Sweat starts trickling down your brow. Your chest feels tight, looking at them. It's closing in, caving in, ever tighter. Your breathing grows even heavier. You okay there? Kitsuragi's sudden voice cuts like a blade, bringing you out of the stupor. Man, I started feeling really bad there for a second. Might be the after effects of your past escapades. What are you looking at? These bullet holes look like the bullet holes we saw before. Bullet holes generally look the same, so... probably. He leans in to inspect the wall. But you are right. More old bullet holes from the revolution. Man, how many people got shot during that revolution? Plenty. I'm really enjoying it for Teppy, yeah. Just a closed door, but you look at it suspiciously. Yeah, I'm really enjoying the story and the quirks of the game. Nice atmosphere, really nice art style. Oh, we hearing some different sounds there? Okay. I can't get involved in this. Chairs and tables eaten by rain and rot. A garden hose. This won't be of use until the snow melts. Hey, Blad, welcome back. There must be another way into the building. Fuck, everything's locked here. Okay. Maybe we can talk to this guy
Trying
again?
to sneak up on me again?
No. Let's go back in and talk to Gart. Oh? This guy is new, I think. Is this what he's saying in his sleep? Or is he even sleeping? Well, that guy's definitely sleeping. We spoke to him. Real estate is the graveyard where tired old money goes to rest. The laws of money are just like the laws of nature. Unpaid labor doesn't net you any money. There is no such thing as free money. Money is all about numbers. Money is actually all about trust. It's all about money, you know? You gotta spend money to make money. Money is what really matters. They say money can't buy you happiness. That just means you don't have enough money. You have to invest your money wisely. You can buy stocks with money, and then use those stocks to make even more money. That way you'll have enough when you grow too old to make new money. Alright, that's all we're getting from him. Oh! The doors have opened here. Let's talk to our boy.
Can I help you?
Is the trash container out back yours? Mine. No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags. Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked? Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out, that's why. And the neighbors, too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company. I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container? Well, yes, us and the garbage disposal company. We need those keys. What do you need them for? It concerns the case. The lieutenant's voice is harsh and sudden. Please cooperate. He takes the keys from under the counter and hands them to you. Just bring them back once you're done, please. I need a drink. Can you pour me one? Do I have a shaker in my hand? Is this... Points to his empty hand. Is this a shaker? He sounds irritated. You sound irritated. Why? All I want is a drink. Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I wearing a bow tie in doing this? He shakes the imaginary shaker furiously. Am I smiling? Do you see me smiling and shaking my little shaker? No? Do you know why? Because you're not a bartender? Because I'm not a bartender. I'm a cafeteria manager. Is there anything else you wanted? I want a fucking drink, asshole. Well, you're not getting it. He slams his hand on the counter. Asshole. This is a thoughtful exchange, but can we move on, please? I really like the dynamic between the three of us. Whenever he's kind of he's afraid of Kim. You know, whenever Kim butts in, he's like, you know, he does whatever Kim wants. If Kim asked him for a drink, he'd be a little bitch and he'd run to get that drink as fast as possible. He just fucking hates us. But he has a right to hate us because we're extremely obnoxious and we completely destroyed our room. Alright. Wait, hold on. I need a drink. Can you pour me one? We're just going through the same one again. Oh, wait. I guess we could pick another option this time. I feel like you shouldn't be allowed to go through these options again. If it's like a yes or no kind of thing. No, there's nothing there. That's just the same thing. Oh, what? We got experience? I guess you just get experience for going through new options. That's right, I'm the cafeteria manager. He calms his breath. I'm glad we cleared that. Was there anything else? You don't understand the seriousness of the situation. I'm an alcoholic. I need my fix. Please make an exception. I got the shakes bad, man. I need my pacifier. Please make an exception. Ever more reason for me not to serve you, sir. Was there anything else you needed other than alcohol? You don't understand the seriousness of the situation. Let's go for this one this time. And we just get the same response there, okay. Right, so like even if these options are grayed out, it doesn't mean that there's not any more options once we go through this. Did we go through all these with the money that I owe? Dishes are drying. They smell of chemicals and pine trees. Gorasi Quebec. How do I pronounce this? Chat. Gorachi? Gorasi? Gorachi? A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook. Garazzi? It's Polish for hot cup. How is it pronounced, though? Is it Garazzi? Like Blad said? As you step in, he nods towards the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Gorazzi and Quebec. It must be his name. And we're actually getting into his name here. It must be his name. Well, we already know it's his name. Gorazzi Quebec. Sounds representative. Ah, Gorazzi, I have some questions to ask. The man put his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air. I don't think I need anything else. Stay masculine. You've got some impressive pots there. He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn. Okay. Not getting much from him then. An aroma of spices, alcohol, and tomato hangs in the air. You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery. Yeah, Storm, I said it reminded me of The Cure the other day. I wonder where this door leads. You do? The lieutenant regards you with patient skepticism. It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? I'm drawn to its cobalt blue. It's part of the whirling in rags. There's something about this place that makes me want to know. Out of duty, you may find something pertinent to the investigation. It is quite pretty. I suppose we could look into it as a side investigation. Oh, Kim is intrigued now. Damn. Usually Kim wouldn't give a shit about me being drawn to cobalt blue. But, no, the door is a mega investigation. The door and the main investigation will merge into a stereo investigation. If you say so. He looks at the door, then you. Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager. Touch the door. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. Stainless steel is door flush with its frame on every side. Try to push on the door. The door does not budge. Okay.
Can I help you?
Ah, can we not ask him about the door? Ah, here we go, yeah. There's a mysterious blue steel door in the back of the kitchen. Oh, yes. That door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door, he shrugs. Do you know what's behind it? Do you have... No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years? That feels like a bit of an odd translation there, maybe. But okay. Oh, here it's continuing. It's just a frit warehouse, probably. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk. And dust. Junk and dust. He runs his finger across the counter to check for dirt. He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing. Yeah, I was thinking. But that line about it's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. That was almost like too fucking weird. I think you'd like to know what's back there. Let him get to pretend he's indifferent. Nah. Fine, okay. A little. He shrugs. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. Low life with the 30 months, thank you. I like how the chat is still talking about Garazzi Quebec. I haven't been keeping up. But keep me posted if you find anything interesting about that name, okay? Anything that I should know, alright? Maybe whisper me. Keep me updated. Okay, well, it seems like that's all we're getting for now then. Let's go back up here just to see if anything's changed. Hold on. I think the implication is that Gorazzi Kubek isn't actually his name, but people don't understand him. Ah, okay. I wonder if some of that gets lost in translation. Oh yeah, I noticed, I was watching, was it Dave? Someone picked up a tape here. I think it was Dave. I think I was watching Dave and he picked up a tape.
Yes?
I guess I don't have the skills to pick up the tape. It's not even highlighted. Let's see if we can look in the mirror. Oh! So we can stop the expression from happening. And we can locate the source. Hold on. Do we have any skill points right now? No, it doesn't seem like it. Oh, really, Listopat? Okay. We already did this. Yeah. You hear the murmur of blood in your ears. Your back slowly relaxes when you breathe out. That's one lucky door. Okay. Let's talk to Lena again.
Hello again, sweetie.
Are you okay? I'm very sorry I crashed into you earlier. I don't know what got into me. Oh, I'm perfectly alright. I'm more worried about you. What was that? Yeah, what was that? From where I was standing, it looked like you were about to pull out two guns, but drew two, birdies instead. Well, I'm glad you weren't injured. Sweetie needs money. Do sweeties get money? Her expression becomes very serious. Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your financial troubles. When do you get your next paycheck? If she could, this woman would feed and clothe you and every other sad, lost person on this earth. There's something really funny about the empathy skill. Especially with the description of it, which makes it sound manipulative. You know, I'm almost suggesting that we should, you know, try and get her to feed us and take us under her wing. Oh shit, tug on her heartstrings. Oh my god, no. I mean, we have to do it. Your deportment remains dignified as you shed a single manly tear. It isn't easy for me to ask this of anyone, but I'm at the end of my rope. Any money you have could help me. Sweetie, I only have a few cents on me, but she unfastens a gold commemorative pin from her left jacket pocket and drops it into your palm. I could give you this to pawn, just to tide you over. Wonderful. The lieutenant marks drolly. He has a pin. The pin is round and slightly tarnished. 3 sailboats in bas relief with the sun hovering over the water behind them. A chipped green banner at the bottom reads, San Batiste Summer 31, Dinghy Races. What is to pawn? It's easy. You bring a valuable item to a pawnbroker, who then gives you money for it. You can get it back later for a slightly larger sum if it hasn't been sold, but you never end up doing that anyway. Where can I pawn the pin? Cross the plaza and follow the road along the coast. Down by the water, there'll be a shack nestled against an old stone facade. That's the pawn shop. An old friend of my husband's goes there often. He says the owner is quite helpful. Tutorial agent. Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear in your inventory under the items tab. You can pawn these items while talking to Roy. I promise I'll buy it back for you once I have more money. Oh, it's not an ancient family heirloom or anything, but I suppose it would be nice to get it back. Oh no. Oh no, it is a meaningful pin, man. I suppose it would be nice to get it back. She's just too nice, man. About your pin. I decided not to pawn it. You should have it back. Give her the pin. Fuck no. I just wanted to thank you again. That's it. Of course, dear. I just wish I could have done more. Alright. Let's see. Guys, give me another minute, and I'll be right back. When I get back, we'll check out another part of this town, I guess. Be right back. Alright. I'm back. Grabbed myself another White Russian. What happened? Was there a sound? Oh, I see. I think there was an earthquake. England. Just heard a roar like thunder and then the floor shook for a couple of seconds. Yeah, everything seems to be all good where I am anyway. Yeah, I was gonna say, Storm, has there ever been an earthquake? An English earthquake? I don't think it's possible, is it? Yeah, we're not on a fault line. I don't think I'll be getting hammered, Desert. They're not fucking... they're not crazy White Russians. But maybe a little bit tipsy. An anonymous cheerer with the 1,000 bits. Look at that cute little ghost. And his bits. That's a new animation that I haven't seen before. Thank you for the bits. Much appreciated. No half mug of vodka, just like a shot's worth. Let me go back over this way. See if I can find that bottle again. I think this is it. Yeah, Desert. I mean, it's rare that I'd get very drunk on stream. I think it's only happened a handful of times. Maybe a couple of handfuls, but not too many handfuls. What am I looking at here? This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubble gum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible. Oh, okay, let's not kick this one then. Oh, we don't even have the option to kick it. Okay. Vandalism, shake your head. Poor little viewer, pat it. The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic. Probably some kids. The lieutenant inspects the rigged slot. I'd imagine they took a lot of inspiration from Soviet paintings and photographs and stuff, Storm. I definitely get those vibes. Like, just in general, you know? Yeah, see if you can find it. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Anuk. written on the other side with N and C scribbled backwards. Coin-operated viewer. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts. Lanky, weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows. Look at this one. Oh, this one works. This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimeters and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary. Your money disappears into the coin slot. A clunk, the ring of metal. Pull the handle and look inside. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry, different blues and greens. In the middle of the shimmer stands a drab grey shape, like a ghost. Turn the knob to focus your vision. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible. A half-sunken seafort, its concrete almost reconquered by nature. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it. Empathy. Its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind. That's good. How about we feel a little bit more for this birch tree, man? Look at its leaves. Ripped. Gone. That's funny. Really cool how your skills affect like little things like that. Hang in there, little one. There are ruins of some kind of building there. Hang in there, little one. The little brave birch tree seems to wave back in the wind. Oh! There are ruins of some kind of building there. Really. I don't have the eyesight to make it out. The lieutenant takes off his glasses and cleans them. Cool. Oh, who are you?
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape?
Honey, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, all right?
You're a man with a fork in a world of soup. That's quite the
I
metaphor.
am trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old, I can see that. We're both old. Now, stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first, ask questions never. Alright, I got this. Ball time. That's the spirit. Don't even waste your breath asking about the game. They wouldn't know anyway. They're way past their prime. Alright. Grab the ball and show them how it's done. 72%. We're gonna nail it. Yes! Oh. You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work. God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of excitement and adrenaline that precedes every victory. Time has frozen. Feel the ball. The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it, probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory. Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight, the nervous system calibrating, until you and the ball have merged into a single entity. The man ball is ready. Take in the surroundings. A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball. There is time for a last glance inward. Who am I? An embodiment of pure motion, a fine-tuned locomotor running at maximum efficiency. Behold the fear and confusion reflecting in the eye of the two feeble geezers. They are in awe of your superiority. You are a god to them. Esprit de corps. Some would still say you're a cop, but I guess we're beyond that now. The inertia can be contained no more than a bullet leaving a gun. Let go. Be the bullet. That's great. Do it. Oh, he threw it into the water. Merda! The old soldier yells in outrage. Bord de la merda! De merda! What the hell is your problem? Not a weak right triceps, that's for sure. I'm a god of track and field. Why would I have a problem with anything? I don't care if you're a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful. I'm sensing anger and I don't understand why. You vandalized our game, son. He tries to calm himself. We can't play Patanka with 5 bulls. Sorry, an honest mistake. Are we good? No, we are not good. God damn it. The vein on his forehead is bulging alarmingly. We want our bull back. Take it easy, Renee. The Jolly One tries to defuse the situation. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done. Listen, guys, the ball is gone, and I have a murder to solve, alright? A fine example you are setting here today, officer. He says slowly, shaking his head. I will remember this, and Gaston will too. It's okay, officer. Forgotten completely. It was my bull, and I have a spare. He produces another ball from his pocket. Everything is good, and we're ready to assist you in any way we can. Alright, now, I want you to answer my questions. He's trying to avoid conflict at any cost. The lieutenant says nothing, but his face is rigid. It seems he does not approve of your athletic displays. It's your refusal to take responsibility I don't like. Just talk. It'll smooth things over. Old people like attention. I love when, like, everyone butts in. We have Half-Light, Esprit de Corps, Suggestion. It's like the devil and the angel on your shoulders, you know, except there's like 20 of them. 20 different types of devils and angels. Let me take a drink. Galthun, you did the same thing earlier? Yeah, it's great. Do you know anything about the man hanged in the backyard? Unfortunately, I don't. He shrugs. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement, but this affair has passed me by completely. And most of the locals. In Martinez, the union is the law, so can you really blame them? But you don't have a problem with cops. Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets. So again, you don't know anything. If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me. Oh, nice, Dave. Did you throw the ball? We just had a hilarious scene, Dave, where I just decided to grab his ball and throw it into the water. You lobbed it? Nice. Yeah, that was great. Dave, what's your build like? Did you create your own character, or did you choose an archetype? Let's see. This is a man with a lot of past, with little present, and almost no future. Man. That's rough. You seem to be playing in a crater. Yes, the man nods. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. Does it have anything to do with all the bullet holes I've been seeing around? Yes, he replies with a reluctant nod. It was left by heavy artillery fire. Okay, it's a crater left by artillery fire. But why? Why what? Why was the heavy artillery used? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home. Wait, who are the communards again? Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists. Call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. The cabineer frowns. Senseless sentimentality. No luck, Storm, but you did find a cosmonaut monkey? Well, that's something, I guess. Did you use artillery fire against them? Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly, we got licked, he adds, squeezing a boulet in his fist. Hold on, let me see if I can look at this link. He came back unharmed. Well, that's good. Like, it could be a very sad picture. Well, it still kind of is a very sad picture, but... Imagine him going back to his monkey pals, all sage and wise. These trees are so small, my friends. So very small. The trees are brown. As he said from space. The first words of Mr. Monkey. The trees are brown. Storm. Let's see, let's continue here. Did you use artillery fire against them? Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly, too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked, he adds, squeezing a boulet in his fist. Should have fought dirty, like they did, with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't, though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough. Suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. Why shell them here in Martinez? Because this place is the damn Bayashad, he says, pointing to the bay. Had to soften the commies up first. The Bayashad. Yes, he nods. Oh wait, Beachhead! I thought it was another weird fucking name they were throwing at me. The Bayashad. I was wondering what the fuck he was talking about. So I'm used to reading weird fucking names. He's talking about the suzerains and Revachol and all these fucking weird names. I guess I haven't read the word beachhead in a while. Alright. He finds your lack of historic knowledge troubling. A sign of mental deterioration in the preceding generations. It seems like it. I mean, I can't even recognize the word beachhead anymore. So I think that's definitely a sign of mental deterioration. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Marie in the Delta. He points to northeast. Operation Deathblow. Oh shit, yeah. Chat, how is the volume between my voice and the game? I was fucking around with some settings. So it might be a little bit weird, I don't know. So I wasn't too happy with how it was during the last stream. I thought I was a little bit too loud. Is it good? Sounds good. And before then, I thought I was just way too quiet. Just the overall volume was a bit too low. Like I was looking back at the last FF7 stream. I thought things were just a bit too low. Little Half Dead with the 33 months. Thank you. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol. Death Blow. Sounds grim. This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, he says, looking down at the soil. We're playing Patank on their mangled corpses. Is this a Patank thing? Is this a real game? Or Patanka, however it's pronounced? It is a real game, okay. Hey Tank. Yeah, is that pronounced bowls? I think I know the game where you try to throw a ball as close as possible to another ball without hitting the ball or something, isn't that it? Bool. Blood ground. The other one shakes his head. You got old Renee going there. Like he isn't angry enough already. Hold on. The coalition? He grunts. Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs. But the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil. Is that why everything is so bombed out? Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on this city before they stormed it. And it worked, too. There's a strange gleam in his eyes. He approves of this radical approach. Knows it was necessary. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. A dark shadow runs across his face. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place. Well, it's your own damn fault, the jolly man marks. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course, they still hold influence. You don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding them. He stops mid-sentence and turns to you. What do you think? That's how it should be. Soft socialists paving the way for the hard-working class to take over. Well, it doesn't seem like socialists are doing a particularly good job in this place at the moment, given what we were told from Joyce. Foreign powers cleaned up your mess, and now they rule us. This coalition seems quite capable, actually. Commies just don't understand how money works. Nothing. I don't think. I just do. Did you end up exhausting all your chat things with Joyce? I think so, Dave. Yeah. A lot of it was during the last stream, and I can't remember everything she was telling us about. But she was telling us about, like, the Union, being run by like these two racist brothers, I think, and they're exploiting some loophole which allows each of them to just swap back and forth like every 4 years. One brother will be in charge for like 4 years and then the other one takes over, and they just keep going back and forth by exploiting the system. Yeah, I was really enjoying the discussion with her. I'm enjoying most of the characters and just the way they're building up the world and all the political intrigue and stuff. Well, Nico, I'd say the difference would be that obviously Vlad is more interested in the world of this game than he is Control. That's usually how it works. I don't think the quantity of text is the issue, it's the story behind it, the world behind it. I got the impression there's actually no brother, and it's just a ruse. Really, Listophat? I didn't get that impression at all. But maybe. I mean, it wouldn't be a surprise. Obviously, don't spoil it, or don't, like, hint at something if you've already seen it. I thought Control looked kind of intriguing when I was watching Dave play it, but then there were some things that I didn't really like about it as well. I'll have to check it out one of these days. I need to check out Alan Wake as well on that team's other games, and revisit Max Payne. I never played Max Payne 2. I'm not even sure if I ever finished Max Payne 1. I remember, like, I only played the PS2 version of that game when it first came out. And I think I remember using cheats at one point because I was stuck. I don't think I ever finished it, ever really played it properly. And I played some of Max Payne 3, but I just thought it felt overly stylized to me. And not in an interesting way. Like they kept using just the same effects, and it started to become grating after a while. Maybe I should give that game another shot as well, but I think I remember, like, the lens flare effects just becoming obnoxious. Like, yeah, we get it. He's fucking drunk and he's crazy and whatever the fuck. Like, I was like, I just didn't really think it was nailing the style that it was going for. Like, it was trying a bit too hard. But, yeah, I'm sure we'll probably go through that series eventually. It'd probably be fun to go through Max Payne 1, 2, and 3. How are we gonna answer this? I really don't know, man. Nothing. I don't think, I just do. Let's go for that one. Don't ask me how to organize this society, man. I don't have a clue. I don't even know what the whole deal is. Let me learn a bit more about the place first. And then I'll pretend I know what I'm talking about. I'm just so damn sorry it had to be the Coalition. He isn't really paying attention to your words anymore. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honourable King Guillaume returned to Revachol, or even if that damn clown Frizzle had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case. This royal failure weighs heavily on him. Instead, all that is just holy and beautiful in the world that was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere, foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. He sighs. All that is just holy and beautiful in the world was wiped away. Now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Speaking of games with tons of text boxes, any chance you're going to try the Sunless series? Maybe at some point, Vlad, yeah? I've heard good things, and I know you like them. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the rule of suzerain with. Who is this Fristle? Damn Fristle. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Cabineers failed him. And the crown. The old veteran falls silent and massages his chest. He died in the hands of the hoi polloi in a very public execution. I need to start evangelizing 13 Sentinels now if I want Dog to play it. Hoi polloi, the posh folk. Hoi polloi are the commoners. Oh, okay. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with that phrase. You mean Guillaume? How do I pronounce this? Is this? I think that's Gui, isn't it? I think both of those L's are silent, right? Guillaume? I think that's how you pronounce that. I'm being reminded of a Spanish football pundit called Guillaume Balag. His name is kind of close to that. Guillaume? Jesus. I don't know how to pronounce that word, Storm. Break it up. Yeah, thanks. Guillaume. Okay. Or Guillaume. Okay, I think it's, yeah, Guillaume. Which is, I think was the name that I was thinking of. It's just not Gui, it's Guy. I was pretty close. I should have just kept going with Gui. Guillaume. A true king in both blood and mind. Led Revachol before Fristle. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile. Dog, it's pronounced beachhead. Thank you. What exactly is a suzerain? The suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already? He then slowly nods and says to himself, they've forgotten already. The kids these days. Soon they will forget everything. Him too. Then he chooses anger over melancholy. Damn. empathy fucking hitting hard there. Yeah, and it turns to resentment. It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire. Still in your daddy's balls. I love that. Composure, legendary. What is it about this old soldier that makes him stand so proud? Go for it. Ah. All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon. He catches your glance and nods. This is the uniform of the Royal Carabineers in service of Frizzle I, Guillaume le Lion, and the valiant King Felipe V before him. Don't you mean Frizzle the Fun? You do not speak his name, Craven. Although he was a clown, he adds. He turns back to you. But he was our clown. Ours to ridicule and to mourn. Thank you for your time. Well, that was a good chat. As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. Cool. Where's it coming from? From a distant sunset? A stage light? Flash photography? Nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights and they solve shit. Actually, now that I hear superstar and law official in a sentence, they sound weird together. Yeah, that's me. I've been establishing my superstardom hard lately. Let's go for the first one. What are you, deaf? You're perfect, like rock star politician and drug addict teacher. Embrace the superstardom you've worked so hard to establish. Yeah, that's me. I've been establishing my superstardom hard lately. You've got the wrong impression. I'm no superstar. I'm trash. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop. Dick Mullen. Salam Rocky Bye. Badass on the edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera, lights, action. Wait, what's that about a ludicrous fantasy world? No, fuck you. Finish the thought. Let's go for action. With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on. Or rasterized. What is that? What is rasterized, chat? Rasterization is the task of taking an image described in a vector graphics format and converting it into a raster image. Okay. What do we have here? Enormous bulls, worthy of a real man. Yeah, play bulls with this shit. Those small little pebbles. Like the pebble of Martinez itself. How are things ever gonna get better if you can't play bulls like real men? Some great tectonic force has cracked the pavement. Oh. Maybe a sea monster did this to the plaza. I'm really intrigued to see if this does ever get otherworldly. This story. Probably not. Probably not. We might get otherworldly inside our own heads. But, as far as the case goes, and the world, it's very much grounded, I feel. With so much focus put on the political situation and everything, I can't see it getting too out there or anything. With, how detailed everything is regarding the union and the classes and everything. Capri Kinema. Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery bearing the number 57. Blue and white livery? What is livery, chat? Livery? Just paint? Huh. Just another name, just like decoration. In the cabin you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge. Kim, what are we looking at? What is this machine? This is the Capri Kinema, my motor carriage. Ah, it's his. Yeah, I remember him talking about it. You can use the toolbox and the radio if you'd like. He nods at the cabin. Motor carriage. Something bad with the motor carriage. A dark lump rises in your throat. What is this sinking feeling I have with the words motor carriage? Yeah, I really do like the design. Especially this whole thing here. Looks like a miniature house in there almost with those windows. On the top as well. Let's see. What is this sinking feeling I have with the words motor carriage? Nothing, nothing. It's probably nothing. Forget I brought it up. Please proceed with the carefree lollygagging. Can we turn it on and drive somewhere? No, I'm afraid not. He straightens his spine. We have a murder case on our hands, remember? Squint your eyes. Okay, but what is a motor carriage? A motorized vehicle, officer. I'm sure you're familiar with the concept. We've had these for nearly a century. Do all policemen in the RCM have such cool motor carriages? The Capri Motor Corps does provide most of our patrol vehicles, yes. Look around in the cabin again. Pick up the radio. The frequency tableau the frequency tableau lightens up and a green button labeled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something. The soft purr of electrical kittens. Radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static. This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you? Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st Precinct here. I'm putting him on. Come in, Delta 10. This is Firewalker. Copy. Has he finally found his name? This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you? You could swear she was friendlier with the lieutenant. Guppy, how's it going? I need you to connect me to a civilian. A Sylvie. She may have reported a murder, yeah. Of course. What's her number, officer? Kim, didn't Gart give you Sylvie's number? I don't remember that. Yes, hold on. The lieutenant takes a look at his notes. Her number is 005-1944298. Received. Hold on, officer. Wait patiently. Start slapping a marching rhythm on your thighs. Start slapping a marching rhythm on your thighs. Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment. Takes a bit to get to the phone. Just wait. Relax. Officer. Officer, she finally returns. I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Here she is. Yes, hello? A female voice greets you through static. It sounds like she's a million miles away from here. Hello, this is the police calling. I have some questions for you about your last days at work. Oh, right. She recognizes your voice almost immediately. Interesting. Hello, officer. What can I do for you? You can hear resentment in her tone. She's not thrilled to be talking to you again. Oh, shit. Okay, so we're getting some more backstory for, our boy here. That's interesting. Hey, Mr. Skeleton, how's it going? There is no resentment in her tone. She wants you to ask her out. No questions about it. hey, do you want to grab a cup of coffee with me sometime? I mean, it's hard not to go for that, right? Ah! Damaged our morale. I mean, like, I knew that wasn't going to go well, but we had to go for it. You quit your job at the Whirling. Why? I mean, why did I leave the bar? You can hear her tense up on the other side. Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir. Jesus, what did we do, man? Hopefully it wasn't too bad. Wait, why aren't you comfortable discussing with me? The static waivers. Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone. Was that someone me? Get away from whom? You know whom. Oh no! You think you hear a sliver of accusation in her words. Yeah, only a sliver. Yeah, okay. You mean me? You needed to get away from me? Alright, I won't push you on this. Are you ever coming back to work? Okay, let's... I'm really tempted to go for this. Obviously, this is what we should do, you know? Because, like, we're starting to get really aggressive. And that's, you know, probably what she remembers of our situation, our encounter. This may show her a different side of us, you know, and get her on board to talk to us. But it's really hard not to go, you needed to get away from me? No. What did I do? Okay, no, I'm not gonna go for it. Maybe, I don't know. She seems to relax a little bit. I just know I have to take some time off right now. Alright. We're reeling her back in. Was it you who called the police? No, not me. But why didn't you call? Didn't a corpse behind your workplace bother you? What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the union already knew about the corpse. What does this union have to do with anything? No one calls the police. You can hear her adjust the receiver in her hand. The union would get angry. What do you mean by that? You know, she seems to be looking for words. What the union says goes. People listen to them and they make and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here. Garbage, says authority. I am the authority around here. Ooh. Looks like there's a limit to my authority then. Tell me why exactly did you let a corpse hang in your own backyard for weeks instead of calling us? Fuck it, let's go for it. Alright. Okay. She obviously doesn't want to challenge your authority. You feel much better now. Tell me why exactly did you let a corpse hang in your own backyard? I didn't want to get in trouble with the others. Push her further. Show her the error of her ways. No, don't push her. It sounds as if she's about to cry. Authority and empathy are having a battle here. Let me get this straight. You ignored the law to save your own skin. What others? The other people who live around here. Local people. I didn't want trouble. Her voice is resigned and weak. What trouble? You don't live here. You don't understand. Squealing is frowned upon here. Everything is dealt with, well, by the Union. Internally. You hear static. Her chin rub against the receiver. Then, please. I just didn't want any trouble. Nah, I'm gonna back off. I see. Don't worry about it, I understand. You do? She sounds relieved. What else can I do for you? I couldn't keep pressuring her there, man. I felt bad for her. Look at her face, you know? She's just trying to make ends meet. This is just the way it is. Maybe, you know, we can't all be fucking heroes, you know? You know, it could. There's probably a decent chance she'd end up dead if she tried to call the police or something. I don't know. You know, it really seems like the Union aren't to be fucked with. So, like, I really don't have all the pieces to make the correct judgment. Maybe she is being too much of a coward. I don't know. I don't know. But I can't keep pressuring her on that. Not with that poor trait. How's that pin you got from Lena? It's doing fine, and I'm gonna make it up to her, you know? I'm gonna pawn it off, make the money, and then I'll buy it back when I have even more money. That'll be at the end of the game. That'll be the last thing we do before we finish the game. Maybe. Do you know who made that call? No, sorry, I don't. She clears her throat. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's phone or the one on the coast. It was someone else. The lieutenant makes a note. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while. Okay, next question. I think we're good. I do hope so. Please don't call me again. Bye. She's ready to hang up. Empathy. Wait. Why does she seem angry with you? 58? Oh. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go! Ah! Fuck. No, she doesn't have a problem with you. It must be someone else she's angry about. Some other guy. Like Gart. Yeah, it's definitely some other guy. A guy like Gart. Okay. But I'm a guy. Sure it isn't about me? Trust me. You wouldn't want to be the guy here. You know how it is. Yak yak, nag nag. No, you're the guy. You're Lieutenant Love, matchmaker extraordinaire. Help the poor girl out, lest she turns into a spinster. Oh my god, not a spinster. Yeah, she's a woman. Probably just playing hardball with the goods. Women are just transactional. I'm happy to help, but maybe I could do so without all this internalized misogyny. What misogyny? I'm just telling things the way they are. Can't a man be honest in his own head anymore? You have to act, Lieutenant Love. You have to calm that hysteric down. Tell it you've got everything under control. Then go and have a little boys' talk with Guard himself. Tell it? We're referring to we're referring to Sylvie as it now? Think you can do that, Lieutenant Love? Daddy is gonna take you on his lap, little darling. Are you still there, kiddo? Listen, I've got everything under control, kiddo. Gross. Please no. I don't want to say any of those things. Refuse the love quest, although it's wonderful. Oh my god, that second option is so gross. Daddy is gonna take you on his lap, little darling. Look at this guy's face. Look at that face. Imagine that face saying that to you. Really, Dave? That's great. Odie, how's it going? I'm gonna go for it. Let's get crazy. Oh no, I regret it immediately. Call was terminated by the other party. Anything else, officer? I hope she wasn't listening in on that. It's on. The love quest is on. Too late, everyone. It's on. Take it to Gart now. Please connect me to Sylvie again. Just a second, officer. Yes? Hello? You recognize her voice. Hey, Sylvie, it's the police again. Oh, great. She doesn't sound thrilled. What else do you need, detective? Okay, right. Let's go. Could you connect me to the 41st precinct? I have something I need to report. Just a second, officer. She puts you on hold. The static crackling softly like a bonfire. After a while, you hear an old man greet you from the radio. His rattly voice is oddly familiar. Jules Pideu. 10-2, 10-5. This is the 41st. Come in. Over. A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle sewn on his vest. In front of him is a box-shaped apparatus with an array of wires and antennas. The radio switchboard. Hi, this is me here. I work at your station. 10-4, what's your status? Over. My status? 10-18, 10-20, over. Can you repeat that? 10-18, 10-20, over. Please, just talk human to me. These numbers mean nothing to me. State your message, sir. Over. I'm in dire need of financial assistance. Oh, that got me. That was good. This may sound odd, but there's personal details I'd like to discuss. Okay. I wonder if this is ever gonna get old, you know? The crisis of our main character here. Every now and then, just having to, ask someone, you know, who am I? Where are we? Do you have any money? I think I need a drink because I'm an alcoholic. Do I have enough points to get a drink? I'm in dire need of financial assistance. 10-4, I hear you. I don't have the authority to grant your request, but... Is it him? Oh shit. A dry voice asks in the background. What does he want? He says he needs money. These are the recurring cops that we've seen throughout the game. Every now and then we just transport ourselves over to these guys and what they're doing. I wonder if that's because of our psyche as well, our psyche. If that's Inland Empire and all that stuff that's allowing us to see what these guys are doing every now and then. It's really weird the way it happens. Obviously, this makes more sense because this is all, you know, because they're there beside the guy that we're actually talking to. But before, we've seen these guys just like in the middle of random conversations. We just teleport over to what these guys are doing. Don't give that asshole anything. He's just going to drink it all. Okay, alright. The operator turns back to you. That's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over. It is paramount to the investigation that you grant me more money. He says it's important to the case. He isn't getting a red cent. You can tell him that. So I guess maybe we were on the beer with these guys before we blacked out. Request denied, sir. Over. Nothing is working. You only saw this guy over the radio section. Okay. Yeah, because remember, it was when I first stepped out of Whirling in Rags and the camera just zoomed out. And I think that whole conversation was just inside my head. Like when we were asked... when I was able to ask about, you know, what was north of Martinez, what's to the south, what's to the east, what's to the west. Remember, I had all those options. But I wasn't talking to anyone, I don't think, there. That was all just, like, in my head. And then we flipped over to what those cops were doing. It was all weird. Like, I wasn't talking to anyone at the time. Tiggle! With the tier 3 and the 15 months. Thank you so much. Beer day. I'm actually having a drink, Tiggle. I've been having a few White Russians. Welcome back. Nothing is working. Please, I'm begging you here. I don't even have a place to sleep tonight. He says he's in trouble, doesn't have a place to sleep. Well, I guess he'd better crack the case before sundown then. Vic Mayer said... Who cares what this Vic Mayer said? Pull on their heartstrings. Yes, let's go. Let's go. I don't want to be here anymore. I want to go home. Please come and get me. Listen. He seems to lower his voice a bit, carefully choosing his words. It's okay. You can do it, sir. Over. What's he saying? The operator chooses to ignore the voice in the background. Did you want anything else, sir? Oh, this guy. He asks you. Many of your colleagues are also here. Over. No, I'm alright. I'm alright. I had other things. Please, I don't want to be here. I have to... He terminated the connection. The radio operator is no longer speaking to the microphone and is addressing someone in the background. I guess he was in a hurry. Please, I'm scared. I can't. Fuck, I can't breathe. Help me, please. Oh, shit. The radio falls silent and lifeless. The communications officer has disconnected the call. No! Did we fuck it up? Kim, what was that? The lieutenant asks in a soft voice, gently grabbing your shoulder. It's okay, detective. Raoul. It's amazing popping in here between sessions. So glad to be done because I feel like this is all a bit much. Yeah, I'm not... Store, I think he means it's a bit much. He's dealing with at work. I don't know what he meant there. He's talking about the game or work. I guess it's work, and it's nice to pop in every now and then because it's a good break from work. Okay. The psychology? In the game or in real life, Raoul? Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. You're going from the psychology of your profession to all this stuff going on in the game. An overload of psychology given the game and your work. Alright, guys. I'm going to take another quick break. I'm going to go grab another White Russian. And when I get back, we'll keep going for a bit longer. Be right back. Okay. I'm back. I'm thinking maybe in an hour or 45 minutes we might switch over and do a little bit of Animal Crossing. Just to check out Blathers' new thingamajig in celebration of National Museum Day or whatever it is. Or maybe I'll wait until tomorrow to do that, or the day after. We'll see. Yeah, Shocky, I really like this theme in particular. I think Obsidian put it very well earlier when he said it just sounds like faded glory. I was comparing it to a national anthem almost, with the brass and everything. It really has that sort of military vibe to it as well. And just when that violin melody kicks in, it's really beautiful. Let's see here. What was that? The lieutenant asks in a soft voice, gently grabbing your shoulder. It's okay, detective. What? You've never seen a man getting a panic attack before? Try to keep breathing. Hold on 1 second. Also, Little Half Dead, did I thank you earlier for your resub? Thank you. We call it subterfuge in the Force. Ever heard of it? What do you know about the Force? Super cop, superstar. Go for the first one. He gives you a long, concerned look, then nods. We should get on with our tasks. Work always helps me center myself. Now, anything else you need from my vehicle, or... 18 kilometers to the south, in the 41st Precinct's relay booth, a small crowd has gathered around Communication Officer Jules Oldboy Pidieux. Around a dozen cops. The small room is filled with cigarette smoke, abuzz with laughter, when Officer Judith Minot enters. Her left arm is in bandages and hair trimmed short. Yeah, so I guess it's this part of our psyche that allows us to just transport over to what all these other guys are doing. What's going on here? Did something happen? She asks, startled. Jean Vicmer turns to her and says, what's happened is my partner made contact. It's not good. He seemed confused, delirious even. Vicmer stops to think. Huh. Mac the Torson is finger fucking his fist, laughing hoarsely, and apparently telling some dirty story to his partner Chester McLean near the entrance. Suddenly he interjects. Yeah, Mullen was fucked alright. Sounded fucking drunk to me. Tall Ginger on his right still has tears of laughter in his eyes. Yeah, Mac's right. This was some gnarly shit there. I mean, before he started begging for money, it was... Oh. Hold on. So my name might actually be Mullen? You know, we were reading about Dick Mullen. He's a fictional character in a novel series, like a crime noir novel series. If you go to the bookstore, there's a load of books about Dick Mullen, this noir cop investigator. And now this guy is calling me Mullen? That's curious. Seems well, it's definitely referencing that. I don't really know if really reference is the right word, but you know, and there was other dialogue with outside with us comparing ourselves to Mullen, and that's what I was also wondering. Black Obsidian, maybe he's just, maybe it's more of a, yeah, kind of like how we call people Sherlock. Yeah, that was my other thought there, that maybe it's not really my name, it's just more of a slang sort of thing. That is still interesting, though. Because I had a feeling we'd see more of that throughout the game. The parallels to this fictional cop. The tall ginger on his right still has tears of laughter in his eyes. Yeah, Mac's right. This was some gnarly shit there. I mean, before he started begging for money, it was Satellite Officer Vic Mayer bites down on his knuckles. Enough! He shouts across the room. The commotion dies down. All eyes turn to him. None of this is funny. It's fucking sad, that's what it is. He's a cop. He's one of us. God damn this. Minot looks down at her neatly polished black shoes. There's a quiet firmness to her voice when she speaks. We must help him. Yeah? How do you fucking plan to do that, huh? Get him off the drink? Go jogging with him in the morning and get him on carrot juice? He's a lost man. I just know we can't give up on him when he's at his weakest. He wouldn't. The crowd in the room started fidgeting uncomfortably. Someone's trying to slip out unnoticed. Mac, man the door. He gestures Torsen to block the doorway, then turns to Mignot. You know what he told me? I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. Those were his words. He sighs heavily and turns to address the room. This shit does not leave this room. Not a word of this to the captain or anyone else. We'll give him a couple of days to pull his shit together. Old boy lights another cigarette and says, I guess I can hold off the report for a few days. This is great. I'm really digging this. Good. McMayer turns to the others. Okay, everybody. Nothing but a prank call here. We all got our laughs. Now get back to work. I'm curious, you know what he said, I want to get worse. That's what he told me, and I want to get better. I don't think we said anything like that to him when we were on the phone to him. So either that's a lie, or that was something that we said to him before the game began. Isn't it, Listopat? Yeah, I'm really enjoying this. Far north, on the other side of the motorway, the officer quietly hunches with his hand in the motor carriage. You know, it's making me care more about our protagonist. Building up some intrigue, like we're seeing his relationships with these other characters, and you know, it's taken his alcoholism and all that a little bit more seriously. Up until now, it's kind of been played for laughs for the most part. You know, there's dark humor there, but you know, I haven't been caring too much about the main character. But this is, you know, making me more intrigued. Pick up the radio again. Reconnect to the 41st. 10-4, come in. He hesitates. Firewalker, over. This might sound odd, but there's personal details I'd like to discuss. 10-4. Your badge should have most of your personal details. Look over that, over. Of course, my badge. I can look at my badge that I have. Oh. I don't have my badge. 10-9, repeat message, over. My badge, I can't find it anywhere. Basically, it's gone. 10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 10-22 the captain, over. 10-22 the captain. This sounds bad. Bad and scary. Like being called to the headmaster's office in school. Any other good news? He's saying he lost his badge. He what? He lost his badge. Who lost his badge? Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think? It's Officer Dick. He tries to speak through laughter. Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you. Yeah. Come on, operator. Tell him to stop. This is serious. Haha. Officer lost his badge. Haha. Like I'm the first cop to ever misplace his badge. Go for the fucking passive-aggressive response. Can't we just move on? I want to get it reported and be done with it. Not sure how I want to respond here. I'm gonna go for this one. Sometimes I wish we didn't have so many options, you know? So our character could be a bit more set in stone. I feel like it's maybe harder to give a character a lot of depth if there are just so many things. If there are just so many ways in which things can pan out when he can be so many different people. But at the same time, I really do like the whole system of having all these options and how detailed they are. And it seems like whatever you pick, they really, like, it really does factor into how the game pans out. Yeah, you like that, Raul? Yeah, I'm really enjoying this whole sequence. I'm taking way too long on this. I don't know why. I'll probably have the option to go through all of them. Yeah, let's go for that one. He says this has probably happened to other policemen before him and laughs sarcastically. Oh, god damn it. Is he fucking kidding? The whole station's gonna be dicked for this. Satellite Officer Dick Mayer is wondering if you might be joking and adds that this tarnishes the reputation of the entire station. Over. Oh no. Very funny. Who's the Mullen Joker? He wants to know who you are. I'm the goddamn Gelm Dallerman. Yeah, tell him I hail from the north. His laughter is high-pitched and joyous, almost childlike. This is Satellite Officer McLean, sir. Over. Ask him. The speaker succumbs to laughter. Ask him to check his hand. The one without a wine bottle. I bet that's where his badge is. Oh, hilarious. So witty. Come on, operator. Tell him to stop. This is serious. He's asking you to stop. Says this is serious. Of course it's serious. He lost his fucking badge. Can't we just move on? I want to get it reported and be done with. 10-4. I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over. Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Oh, one sec, guys. Let's see. Fuck me. Mac, come here. You got to hear this. Dick Mullen has lost his badge. I'm wondering now, you know how there have been points throughout the game so far where our character has felt bitterness or like resentment or something, and it kind of feels out of place at the time because there's nothing that we can really extrapolate from that, like how he'd be bitter. Like the bird, the stuffed seagull or whatever Gart is playing with, how we were bitter for some reason, that we were bitter when we saw that thing. You know, that's kind of foreshadowing something that we don't really know about our character's past. And I think maybe when we were looking at the Dick Mullen books, that we also had feelings about the books that seemed a bit odd. I can't remember, but that would make sense if that was the case, because maybe with all these guys teasing him, calling him Dick Mullen all the time. Although maybe they just started doing this now, I don't know. Because he did ask them about the name here as well, didn't he? What's going on? Super cop here lost his badge. He lost his what now? Wasn't this guy there before? His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge. Could you all please just stop saying lost his badge for a moment? He asks you to please stop saying he lost his badge. Why? Did he find it? The room at the other end of the line erupts in volcanic laughter. Oh man. Sergeant Torson was wondering if you found your badge yet. Over. Reaction speed. Challenging failure. You don't have a comeback. Sorry. It's hard to think like this. Fuck! Yeah, Wexford, I'm just wondering how far back all of this goes. But it seems like it might be going back a while. Yeah, Storm, this sequence is definitely adding a lot to his character. You don't have a comeback, sorry. It's hard to think like this. He's not replying. Looks like he's still looking for it. You can hear laughter in the background. Enough with this now. I have other things to discuss. 10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over. The animated conversation in the back is making it difficult for him to hear you. New heights, even for Captain Sober. Ask him. Speaker gasps for air. Ask him if he lost his gun, too. The room roars with laughter. Sergeant Torson wants to know if you lost your gun, too. Over. Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you? I don't have my gun? Oh god. It's not here. Okay, it's gone. Your gun is most definitely gone. Fuck. 10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over. Convince them that you didn't lose your gun. Fuck it, 17%. Go for it. Ah. Drama. Even before you can get the words out, everything gets scrambled in your brain. No, of course I didn't lose my fun. Gun. Fuck it, I didn't lose my gun. He says he didn't lose his gun. Or his fun. Whatever that means. Ask him to describe it. His gun. Not his fun. Just the gun will do. He laughs. Satellite Officer McLean requests a description of your weapon. Over. Oh god. The fuck do you need a gun for? Look at the pythons on your arms. You are a gun. The biggest one in the world. Oh! Inland Empire, come in and save me. Oh, request a description, huh? We'll give him one. Describe the plasma gun. For starters, it's massive. Got flared cooling vents along the front and a hydrogen flask sticking out too. Man, this sequence. Whisper to the lieutenant, Kim, what are you packing? That's clever. Well, really not all that clever. It's, but yeah, a wise option. It's a gun, what can I say? A regular goddamn murder weapon. You know how they are. Bang, bang. Trick question. I'm a martial artist. My entire body is one big gun. Look, I don't have it, alright? I don't have my gun. Okay, what'll we go for? Yeah, fuck it. Let's go for this first one. 10-9. Come again, please. It's got a magnetic accelerator. An arc that accelerates the energized ball of Periwinkle blue hydrogen-based plasma to near light speed. I'm gonna need you to put you on speaker for a second. Over. In contact, it detonates with the power of a dying star, erasing every living thing from existence. Oh, and did I mention it is dripping with sexy blue plasma? The officer is describing his genitalia in exaggerated terms. Over. Host in heaven. Did he lose his gun and his mind? Dear God, he lost his gun. Oh my. I can't. The man succumbs to laughter again. This isn't really a laughing matter. Mac can face the giant of Coco Nur by himself, but Disco here made him piss his pants. Oh, I can't. Fuck! He lost his... Ask him if he still has his wiener. I'm not going to. Ask him! Sergeant Torson here is wondering if you are still in possession of your genitalia. Over. Now is a good time to say fuck and ass and so on. That'll make this alright. Yes, I lost my wiener too. Just lay off, okay? I left it at his mama's after I fucked her ass all night. Tell him that. Oh, we're going for that. I don't need to listen to this. Firewalker out. Yeah, I left it at his mama's after I fucked her ass all night. That's a negative. Not gonna say that. Over. What's he saying? Share with the class. He said he sodomized your mother. The prick ate mama's vanilla waffles at the captain's birthday party. Some nerve he's got. Hold on. Aranesis with the $24 and the 53 cents. Dog, really enjoying your playthrough. Here's to you, OHM boss. Thank you very much. That's a very generous donation. Thank you. Cheers, Aranesis. Much appreciated. The prick ate mama's vanilla waffles at the captain's birthday party. Alright. Well, let me just take another drink. This ice is melting. It's getting a bit watery, this White Russian. Sure her vanilla waffles were the only thing he ate? Shut up, Chester. This isn't funny. This is my mom we're talking about. Tell him to apologize right now. Sergeant Torson requests that you apologize for the claims you made about his mother. Over. I really love how long this has been going on for. You know, after a certain time, it just crosses the threshold into absurdity. That we're just going back and forth for this amount of time. Just the, you know, where it becomes really unrealistic, but not in a bad way. Okay. Okay, tell him I'm sorry. It was just banter. I thought that's what cops do. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I thought that was what cops do. Kim has the patience of a saint. He does, yeah. I feel like he has the perfect gesture for just standing by, just the arms crossed. Like I was saying, he really reminds me of Stringer Bell in The Wire, who always has his hands behind his back like that. Hey, if you don't like the Fallout, maybe don't fuck with the Firewalker. Nah, That's a little bit pathetic. Although, see, I don't really know what his tone is with this first one. If it really sounds like he's apologizing, then I don't want to say it, but that could also just be a perfectly witty response, you know? It was just banter. I thought that's what cops do. Really depends how he delivers that line. I don't know how he's going to deliver that line. But it was just banter. I thought that's what cops do. That could be, you know, that could be a really good response, but it was just banter. I thought that's what cops do. You know, it could be delivered like that, where he's getting defensive and bitchy. Fuck it, we'll go for it. He says he's sorry and he didn't mean nothing by it. No! Okay, tell him. Fuck! I should have went for the other one, because I knew it was probably going to be defensive. Fuck. Tell him to find his goddamn badge and gun. That's the only thing that matters here. We could have kept that going. Satellite officer, I heard him and I'm on it. No, I think I'm good. I'm good without my gun, thanks. Yeah. I'm going to report that you're in pursuit of your service weapon. Over. In pursuit of his... The man is fighting back tears. Officer, do you need further assistance? Over. That's all. Okay. You made him cry? I kind of took that as he was crying with laughter. But he seemed like a big baby with some mental problems. So I don't know, maybe it was tears. Alice, please connect me to Station 41's Lazarus. It'll take just a moment, officer. I forget what the deal is with this Lazarus place. Her voice fades out into the familiar radio static. You hear a man clearing his throat briskly, then an answer. Freud? Is that you? Gottlieb, what do you want? He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy. I was told to call the Lazarus. People are worried about me. I'm in a bad way, Doc. A real bad way. Oh, the man is unpleasantly surprised. It's you. Was that a snarl or a suppressed groan? No love for you here. Oh shit. I couldn't reach up and grab a tie from a spinning fan without unbearable pain shooting through my arm. Okay, we're referencing the very beginning of the game here. I think I've had a heart attack. I've lost my memory, all of it. Isn't there anything you can do for me? I've lost my memory. With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol, I'm not surprised. I think that's the first mention of drugs. There's no surprise in his voice, only careless superiority. You're not surprised? Okay. Anything else? What else? I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side. You've got a whole new life now. Use it wisely. Isn't there anything you can do for me? What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want another rundown of everything collapsing inside your body? Yes, I want the truth. You want the real, honest-to-God truth? Stop drinking. Eat magnesium and vitamin D. Our station is not a retirement home. We don't have the funds to deal with rock stars past their prime. So it's political. You're being neglected because of political reasons. And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the topic. In fact, I got work to do. Some idiot has glued his eyelids shut with cyanocrylate. Cyanocrylate? It looks like Mac Torson. We were just talking to old Mac a few minutes ago. What happened in the last couple of minutes? It's not. Oh, here's Mac. It's not fucking cryoalcetate. It's super glue, Doc. Or however the hell you pronounce that. Yes, it's Firewalker here. I guess I should just go through all these in order. Like, but I'm just wondering. I think like sometimes things can change depending on what you say, and you can lose out on some of the responses. Obviously, it doesn't seem to make much sense to just announce my presence now. Or maybe, I guess it could, because we are pretty crazy, but... I couldn't reach up and grab a tie. Let's go for that. Hard to tell exactly what it was over the phone. Could be a combination of peripheral neuralgia and high blood pressure. Could be that you were having a heart attack. Or actually, he seems to be positively surprised by the idea. It could be both, given your profile. Wait, both? That sounds bad. Yep. No wonder I'm in so much pain. I feel like I've been damaged. I still feel pretty good though. I can probably take a lot of damage. Go for the first one. Yes, probably in more ways than one. You're detecting very little in the way of empathy from Dr. Gottlieb. What should I do? Cut down on the drinking, pal. In fact, cut off the drinking. The drugs, too. Anything else? Oh, but speed. Sweet speed. It goes so well with alcohol, too. I think I've had a heart attack. And you survived it. Congratulations. Are you mobile? Sort of. By God, does it burn in your chest. Even better. Anything else? I wouldn't worry about that. Officers your age have coronary trouble all the time. Also, death is a natural part of life. Ah. You know, it's easy to, well, I guess in any situation he's being pretty unprofessional, but like who knows how we've treated this guy in the past and how many times we've come crawling back to him, and you know, we don't know. I'm sure he had the right to be pretty pissed off with us at the start of the conversation, not really wanting to deal with us. Still didn't need to be so snarky though. Firewalker. Yes, yes you are. Just don't breathe in the general direction of your fire feet. Actually, wait. Do exactly that. Put yourself out of your misery. Take a deep diaphragmatic breath in. And you hear an exaggerated inhale and a long exhale on the other end of the line. A glorious sight. Your body, tired from the vastness of the visions that haunt it, burning up in a flame fed by your own living breath. I feel like you're making fun of me. So you see it too? That my body is to become the last torch in the darkness? I see third-degree burns and a referral to a plastic surgeon whom you won't be able to afford. But that's in the future. Do you have any current pressing medical problems? I guess that's it for now. The phone clicks. Suddenly you hear the already familiar voice. I like that. The already familiar voice. Because we have been here for a while. Going back and forth with Alice. I'm done for now. 57th over and out. Her voice disappears into the void. Tap on the fuel preheater gauge. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat. There's no use pressing the heat button, he says, and jingles his keys. Gillian Anderson. Or Gillian Anderson. No, I'm not sure if I know her. Oh, it is Scully. Okay, that's who plays Scully. That's who I was thinking of, Storm. Yeah, kind of similar. Let's see. It won't start without the ignition key. Alternative translation. Don't even think you can drive my MC. Run your fingers over one of the steering levers. The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm. Pull out the toolbox. A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized. Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are. He's clearly a little protective of his tools, but what can you do? Work is work. Take the pry bar. The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand, heavier than you'd think. Cold and heavy, like truth. You feel like you're reunited with truth once more. Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids. Take the rubber-handled chain cutters. The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap. Go the cutters in your hand. Take the hand-cranked flashlight. It's robust, weatherproof, and well-made. Police issue. Blue. The first character we met was definitely based on Laura Dern. She really looked like her. Especially with the The haircut as well. Very reminiscent of how she looks in Twin Peaks. Perception sight lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. Push in the pull-out toolbox. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook. Okay, I think we're almost done here now. Let's pick up the radio again. Yeah, we've spoken to everyone. Okay. What archetype did I choose? The one that really leans in on the psyche. I forget what it was called. But yeah, this one. Seems like we have more levels to spend now as well. Chat, what do you reckon? What would be a fun one to put some points into? Pretty decent on the physique as well. Drama. What's Shivers here? Cool for city lovers, the wisest of the streetwise. Genuinely supernatural. Text is so small here. Shivers come when the temperature drops, and you become more keenly aware of your surroundings. It enables you to hear the city itself truly belong to the streets. It's a supernatural ability. Old wrongs play out in present time. Scenes across the city happen in front of you, but who is speaking to you? At high levels, Shivers may make you seem mad to the outside world. As you listen to the city, you don't listen to others. Your superiors may begin to worry. With low Shivers, though, you will seldom hear the city speaking to you. And if you cannot hear it, how can you ever save it? Anything intellect related? I guess we should increase our intellect a bit. I love the descriptions of all of these. Encyclopedia. Cool for thinkers, historians, and trivia freaks. Encyclopedia makes you a know-it-all, turning your mind into a database of facts. It enables you to draw on these facts innately, offering a wealth of background knowledge to all things related and unrelated to your case. Who knows when the history of cigarette brands will provide the breakthrough you need to arrest a murderer, or when knowledge of pre-revolutionary guns might save a life. At high levels, Encyclopedia shares this wealth of knowledge to an almost overwhelming degree. While it may give you crucial breakthroughs, it more often will clutter your mind with useless tidbits. With low levels of Encyclopedia, though, you'll be forced to work with only the clues in front of you, without any background knowledge. Copying is going to be tough stuff. Rhetoric. We have zero rhetoric. Cool for ideologues, conversationalists, and would-be politicians. Rhetoric urges you to debate, make intellectual discourse, nitpick, and win. It enables you to break down arguments and hear what people are really saying. You'll spot fallacies as soon as they're used. What exactly did the waiter leave out of their testimony? What was the dancer trying to divert you from? Was that double entendre intended, or did you just get an accidental lead? At high levels, rhetoric will make you an impressive political beast. One whose beliefs are impenetrable, which is to say, one whose mind will not change, one who will calcify. With low rhetoric, though, you'll have a hard time of shooting down any argument. Nailing people to their testimonies will be nigh impossible. Yeah, I love these descriptions. Really great. Yeah, I really like the illustrations. At high levels, rhetoric will make you an impressive political beast. I mean, it's true. Logic. Cool for analysis. Pure rationalists. Obviously, logicians. Logic urges you to analyze the living daylights out of the case. It enables you to piece evidence together, detect inconsistencies in statements, and impress everyone with your astonishing conclusions. It's the bread and butter of many a detective. At high levels, logic will be able to solve even the most complicated puzzle. You will be very proud and thus susceptible to intellectual flattery. For those blinded by their own brilliance, often miss important clues. With low levels of logic, you're going to have a hard time solving even the simplest puzzle. Even if you find the pieces, good luck putting them together. I wouldn't mind a bit of rhetoric, you know? You know, a good one for the old manipulation. Stringing people along. Drama. Cool for undercover cops, thespians of the stage, psychopaths. Drama urges you to treat the world as a stage, and on it to perform. It enables you to lie, to concoct the most elaborate and wonderful stories, to take on ingenious personas and perform acts of stagecraft in an entertaining amalgam of fornberie and deceit. Forbery and deceit? I'm not sure if I'm reading that correctly. The text is small. As well, it enables you to see through would-be actors and their false antics. If they lie, you'll know it immediately. I actually have 1 in rhetoric. Really? It says 0 though. Bunya, how's it going? At high levels, drama may render you an insufferable thespian, one prone to hysterics and bouts of paranoia. For to know the world is a stage, is to know that truth is a vanity. However, with low drama, you cannot lie, or discern when others lie. And a cop who can't do either is a cop who's soon going to be lying 6 feet under. Forbery, deceit, trickery, right. Let's level up a bit of the owl rhetoric. Yeah, I think it takes place in the same world, Storm. Or maybe it's just based on it. I don't know, but I think it's actually in the same world. Oh, that's a cool picture. Okay. Let's talk to this guy.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
I am the law. Keep listening.
Another planet. Hey there. Yes, you are, my man.
I am the law.
Yes. People get that you are the law. You really don't have to keep saying it.
What's going on here?
It's the jam, my man.
Motions toward the sprawl of lorries with a sweeping gesture.
It's a
What's
traffic
the
jam
jam?
for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck.
Hey, what's up, B? Yeah, I'm really enjoying this game. A lot of reading, though. If you dig into it, know that the game pretty much consists of reading dialogue. But I think you might like it. Yeah, the art style, the atmosphere is very good. And just the builds that you can create. So many different things will happen depending on your character and how you set them up. There's builds? Yeah, kind of. Like, my character very much leans into the psychological aspect, his psyche, and he can speak to inanimate objects and shit like that. You play as a down-and-out alcoholic cop who can't remember anything about his life. Who likes to get philosophical and existential. Let's see. Let's continue here. Inland Empire Authority is by far the most entertaining. Esprit de Corps seems to be pretty good because we're getting these big scenes with our cop partners that we wouldn't be getting otherwise. I think, anyway. Esprit de Corps has given us a lot of those extra scenes with other characters far away from where we are. I really like that, just being teleported to a whole other scenario. Very cool. You think Shivers is good, Poda?
Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days.
Limbo, huh? So that's where I am.
Yeah, exactly.
So how long have you been
Feels
here?
near forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Extravagantly phrased. But I can roll with it. I don't quite understand what you just said. Could you say it again? Only a little less plodding.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
He snickers. Behind the laugh, however, a touch of sorrow.
So tell me, what do you need?
Shit like that I really like. You know, empathy kicking in there. The whole psychological aspect can be really great and just feels like extremely gamified, but very realistic at the same time. Really gamified realism. Got any smokes on you? Care to spare some change for a working stiff? Let's ask him for some smokes. Fuck it. Got any smokes? Nope. Don't smoke. He nods toward the big lorry behind him. Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around, waiting for the jam to disperse. Or waiting for the sweet release of death. Yep. Nothing wrong with that statement. Your senses have nothing to add. You'll have to ask around elsewhere. I'm intrigued to see some empathy failure. Don't need to give a shit about this guy. He seems fine. Could you spare some change for a working stiff? Huh? Sudden financial duties snap him out of his daze. Oh, no, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work. They who? Bosses, man. Makes sense. First work, then pay. I don't know who these bosses think they are. That sounds like a good arrangement for them. Yeah, it sure ain't good for me. Or you. I'd spare a coin or two for a city cop down on his luck. if I had, say, 4 myself. Tell me about this strike. It's like whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands. No way in or out. What's the union demanding? Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane and half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. Alright, okay. This is the first we've heard of this. I'm intrigued, what the whole strike is about. I don't remember them saying anything about this before. And of course, it's Wild Pines who supply all this, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on. What do you think the company wants? They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. It makes a ka-ching sound. Anything else I should know? Anything else? He thinks. Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do, places to be. All of us do. All of who? Us lorry drivers. Camioners. A few still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high or laid. He smiles awkwardly. Not that I blame him, really. Not you? Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing. Glances down the road toward the horizon. A glint of something in his eyes. What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better. When one's ended, you can get on. When one's ended, you can get on to the next one. Know anything about the dead man, the one hanging behind the hostel there? He ain't one of us drivers, I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keeping busy. Busy with what? Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs. Wait, what? Nothing. He smiles. I'm just messing with you, man. Don't mind my idle verbosity. Quite the philosopher, this guy. What are you hauling, anyway? Oh, high-grade narcotics. Illegal firearms, stuff like that. Time to arrest him. You're under arrest. Wicked, I've always wanted a friend in the underworld. Okay. And what are you actually hauling? Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. He grins. I've got another haul of FALN cargo. Mostly sporting goods. Tracksuits and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Lil Moran market lately. So nothing illegal then. No, not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road. That's your machine behind you? This rockin' beauty points at the lorry with his thumb. Sure is, like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery? Yeah, these lorries are pretty neat. Neat. For carrying large quantities of cargo a long distance. These FALN tracksuits need to find their way to the kids' way out in Umrao and Lambert somehow. There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he spent too long in this lorry. Could I get one of those FALN tracksuits you're hauling? We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy. Right, I had another question. Empathy. Formidable. What do you see in his eyes? Oh. Go for it. Go for it. Ah! Fuck! Man, you look sad. What's going on with you? You really are the law, aren't you? I get that I get that being bluntly observant and inquisitive comes with the territory, but it certainly doesn't help with your conversational skills, does it? Maybe the full-on direct approach wasn't correct. Damn, it's tricky business looking into someone's eyes and not doing it wrong. Oh, that violin. Love it. Alright, I'm good for now. Don't be a stranger. Gives a salute with 2 fingers. What a cool guy. He's probably the murderer. Rhetoric. Hey, psst. I knew we should have put some points into rhetoric. Yeah, Duke. I'm digging it. During my first session, I didn't really think too much about my character. Didn't really look at all the descriptions of the skills and whatnot. And I was just kind of going with it, and I wasn't really thinking too much about my build. But today, I'm starting to get more of a feel for that part of the game. Getting a better understanding of it. I didn't even know you could level up during my first session. I just thought you leveled up naturally or something based off what you chose. Right, Storm. That's why I was singing Every Day is Like Sunday during my first session. It was really giving me those vibes. Trudging slowly over wet sand back to the bench where your clothes were stolen. Alright, look around. Hey you. Who, me? Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again. How come there's word on the street? Again? Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love too? Can't argue with that. Yes, we should all stop building love. Love has worked out really well for me. I'm a love winner. Can't argue with that. So what about all that communism you've promised to build? Word on the street is you've woken up from 1,000 years of slumber, promising to erect a version of communism many times greater than any attempted before. Is that true? How come... I love how we don't have any response to this new question and he's just still hung up on, wait, but hold on, what about that word on the street? You keep saying things like down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff. I love how this is all from, suitably from our boy Rhetoric inside our mind right now. Right after we put points into it as well, right after we leveled up our Rhetoric, hey, knock knock, it's me, your new visitor. Alright, that sounds like me. I haven't said anything like that. I've said some mildly left-wing things, but none of those. Let's go for the third one. Oh yes, the mask of ambivalence. Don't deny it. You're about to rip it off and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that will devour and masticate mankind. Masticate. What does masticate mean? Chew. To chew, okay. That's not a word that I'm familiar with, I don't think. I'm not sure if I've ever heard that word before. I've probably read it, but forgot. Affects how well food is masticated and absorbed. Chew. Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it? Roll up your sleeves and start building communism. Opt in. It's too tiring. I don't have it in me. I'm beat down and broken. Wait, first, what's this communism even about? Failure. It's about failure. Failure? Yes, abject failure. Total irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb-stomped and pissed on. Until you came along. You will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world. You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers, million-headed armies of nations, and the love of your own mother. I'm really digging Rhetoric so far. Man. You, against the atom, the charm and the spin, where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend the human will. Human will failed to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist. Sounds like a good movie. That sounds like a great movie. Now get to work, comrade. Roll up your sleeves and start building communism. Let's do it. Oh yeah. Get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready. Wait, what? Firing squads? You didn't say anything about those. Roll your sleeves up further and breathe in the pristine air. I don't want to finish the thought yet, though. Let's go for this one. Too late to back out now. You can't make an omelet without breaking a few million eggs. Roll your sleeves up further and breathe in the pristine air. Azovian socioeconomics. Okay, where are we gonna go now? Oh, look at this statue here. Foreign car, kept in good condition. A bold slogan, human ox, covers the truck. Who is this? Looks like an old woman. Oh, that's a interesting portrait. Quite different. It's weird to see someone from the side like this. The first portrait we've had like this. A small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. The photograph is clutched in her hands and there's a warm smile on her face. It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter, some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your grandma? Snap your fingers in front of her face. Nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her hair is grey like lead. No, this one is a monster in disguise.
Wait,
Snap your fingers. The lieutenant stops you before you can snap.
she's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone. Why?
Why?
I just told you why.
You say so. Excuse me, ma'am. I'd like to ask some questions. No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her. And they really do a great job with the character portraits and the way they set the scene. They really accomplish a lot with a little in this game. Just with how the characters are presented. And obviously the writing is great as well. Oh, the death of Stalin. Isn't that a fairly recent film? I meant to see that. Didn't that come out like a couple of years ago? Or maybe I'm thinking of something else. It is, yeah, I meant to go and see that. I forgot about it. Hold on, what do we have here? Some more cash we can steal? White tank top. +1 physical. I mean, I guess I should put these on. No reason not to have them on, I guess. Bye-bye hugs. Thick latex gardening gloves in classic canary yellow. Maybe you should retire, take up gardening as a hobby. It's worth a thought. Tank top, gym vest, reeking of sweat. This sleeveless shirt is the best choice if you're not afraid to show off your masculine upper body and that hairy chest. This is good for the conceptualization. Hold on, is that... One second. +1 conceptualization, -1 suggestion. How about we rock the tank top for now? There's that hairy chest. Not too dissimilar to my own. Maybe not as hairy. No, definitely not as hairy, but not too far off. Okay. Horseback Monument. An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods. Who is this? A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philippe III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippine kings of Revachol, son of Philippe II, the opulent, father of Philippe IV, the insane." Oh, I like that. What did this king do? I guess the plaque was rewritten as well. Oh, that's cool. Let's try it. Come on, let's go. Yes! Oh, it's about time we got a lucky fucking roll. Encyclopedia. Even by the standards of the... I got a little bit too excited there. Sorry, chat. Even by... even by the standards of the Philippine kings, old sumptuous Philippe was known for his profligacy. What does that word mean? Time to go to Google again. reckless extravagance or wastefulness in the use of resources. Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy during the Antechinential Revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy of the Insulidian Isla. I'm glad to be of service, D-Cups. Hold on. Okay, I think Antecentennial, I think that's a made-up word. How did he manage to blow through the entire national treasury? Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. Isola is apparently an Italian word for island, right? I'd imagine you can... I'd imagine it's not too hard to figure out the meanings of the made-up words, because they have their roots in real words. He called it the Sol Aurum. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers like some obese dragon, instead of a bed like a normal person. That's a great description. Gold-dipped feathers like some obese dragon. I would like to sleep on gold, hustler style. The king is the king, and he can do anything. Wait, really? There's no way that's true. A deplorable farce. No wonder everything went to shit. But wait, we haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction. What now? You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry. He was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy. Not just any nose candy, though. We're talking Royal Philippine Blow. Allegedly twice as potent as the stuff you find nowadays. And purple Philippine cocaine was purple. And purple Philippine cocaine was purple. So he was addicted to nose candy, a bloated druggie. That's what the revolutionaries said, 150 years later. Right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Insulidian Bay. This is a lot to process. His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms. What is nose candy? Cocaine. Okay, where is he buried now? Beneath the old waters of the Insilidian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum. A group of marble plorants still surrounds the king's vandalized tomb. A deathly cold wind sweeps up candy wrappers and old newspapers. What's a plorant, chat? What happened to the statue? The original was blown away by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn of the century revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Who restored the monument? Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city. The statue was supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time. A rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit. That's brilliant. So funny and nihilistic. I was going to kind of sarcastically respond myself. I mean, yeah, it's kind of funny, but I don't know if you really want to be looking at this all the time. That joke is going to wear off. And it's just going to become a really miserable icon in the city. I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of humorous, but I don't think these kinds of things are going to get people motivated again, wanting to change things. That's such a bad idea. I really don't get art. I mean, yeah, I guess you could still a form of rebellion and criticism. Depends how you look at it. People in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists. Philippe III, the squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about the hoi polloi think of him in death. Think about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. Interesting. They're remaking Mafia. I think I played a bit of the first one. I never really got into it. Oh, I actually missed that. news, this boy. Oh, more money on the ground.
Bastards! We have a right to work!
The man yells towards the harbor gates. His voice is the loudest of the lot, and oddly screechy for a man his size. I am the law.
People get that you are the law. You really don't have to keep saying it. Pull up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
The broad-shouldered alpha male turns to you. He's a full head taller than everybody else here.
Fuck with us? Be the honest worker down? We're to
Why
fight
should
for
I?
a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes.
Oh, then yes.
You can handle us. A cause gives the workers strength, gives them power. We have a right to work. Besides, we're not that different. It helps the people see us talking. Cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
What kind of cause are we talking about?
Rights of workers to have gainful employment, to make a salary, and feed their families.
I don't think I've chosen any sides yet.
Might be time. Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side with the higher-ups, but you're essentially still workers. I don't trust cops, but I can see you understand the right to work. Right to work.
Regardless, I have some questions for you.
Questions. Like why we're not allowed to make a living here. Shame on you! We have families to feed, you piece of shit. So do we, scab.
I feel like we spoke to this guy before. What is a strike? When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people. He shifts uncomfortably in his worker's overalls. What do the strikers want? Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while he raises his fist and starts shouting again, have the right to work! When the man moves around, you perceive some serious abs underneath his tight-fitting shirt. This man is in shape. There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. Different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting. Ill-fitting, what does that mean? His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls held up by a belt seem to fit a man with much more corpulence. You wearing new clothes? Of all the things to dig into here with this guy first. He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air. The clothes are obviously not his. What exactly is your goal here? We were promised work. He points to the gates. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates. And you're unable to breach the entrance? Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Points up the stairs. Door's locked. Guards blocking the way to the access panel. I don't mean the scrawny mesk punk either. Points at the dock worker idling on the staircase. I mean head measurer or whatever he is. Wait, it's head measurer. A huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind him. How bad could one guy be? You seem capable. Bad. The man glares at you. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position, and he's trained. I don't know how Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke. My men are tired and hungry. They're workers, not fighters. Have you considered storming in? Like all of you? Why don't you go arrest them instead? I'm sure they've done plenty of criminal shit. They have that look. It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home. At least for now. If you can't get in anyway. No. They'll give up eventually, or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge. The man rubs his jaw. Perfect, lightly bearded square wedge. Who are all these strike breakers? Honest men and women. With rights. To work. To be useful. Not toys for corporate interests. The man runs a hand through his steadily graying military haircut. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If Union fucks don't want to work, they ought to let in those who do want work. I have a question. The lieutenant looks him in the eye. Why do all these men follow your leadership? You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No, they follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy. Because they were, he starts bellowing, given a job to do! You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from. Okay, I gotta ask, where exactly are you from? What's it to you? Deep-set suspicion drips from every syllable. Curiosity, gonna figure out this mess. Routine, part of the investigation. Am I a suspect? His eyes narrow. Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people. Already got that. I'm interested in your background. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the same eminent domain in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill. A bouncer? Where? I frequent a lot of bars. Maybe it's one I know. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? Not right now. But I might have been there. I don't really remember things well. It was a long time ago. The man is quickly losing interest in talking to you. Fuck, maybe I should have said the other thing. I want to get into the harbor too. Have fun, he snorts. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're gonna let you through the gates. You trying to meet their fat boss? Or their fat boss? Hey, welcome back, Dave. Yeah, it's been good. We were on that sequence for ages on the telephone talking to our fellow detectives. Yeah, that was great, wasn't it, Dave? I got some unique shit there as well because I have high esprit de corps. That's the thing that lets me like teleport to other conversations that are happening way away from where I am. Because you know your fellow detectives, Dave, that you talk to there. Those are the guys I saw way earlier on in the game when I first left the hostel. When the game just zoomed out and I saw the whole city. I just teleported over to their conversation. Not even on the phone or anything. Oh, I thought it was meant to be like recollections and understanding what Kim's... Maybe it was, Dave. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at it. But I don't think so. I think I was just teleported to what was going on with them in that particular moment. But maybe it wasn't. I wasn't really sure what that was all about. You've had that happen as well, have you? Either way, I think this time it was based on my esprit de corps. I'm interviewing people about a murder that took place here, behind the hostel cafeteria there. I know nothing about a murder. Dave, do you have much, how's your rhetoric? We had a hilarious moment with rhetoric earlier. Rhetoric just came in and whispered in my ear and asked me if I wanted to build a new communist utopia. It was pretty great. You got that one, Dave? Man, that one had me in stitches. Clip door. Thank you very much. I know nothing about a murder. His reply is snappy and tense. Empathy. The mention of a killing sends a barely noticeable shiver of tenseness through him. Interesting. Absolutely nothing. Wouldn't put it past these harbor bugs. They do anything to stay alive. Right to work. He again shakes his large fist, then turns back to you. It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. Should bring backup. Open the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime. I don't know. We're not picking a side in this just yet, sir. Pity. He turns around and bellows at the gates. Let us work. Okay, so like there were other options to pick there, but it seems like even if you have other options, if these initial questions are grayed out, it'll still just pretty much lead to the same stuff. I don't know. Although I think I remember doing this before and just selecting something new that you haven't selected before, I think will still give you experience. So I think maybe it is still worth it just to cycle through everything. Says GRIH. Rad Factory of Magnets and Miracles U49. A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine. Look in the window. Rad Factory of Magnets. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorry man's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia. What kind of stickers and insignia? The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels. What about the black seat? Or the back seat? The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep. Large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains. Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Grits his teeth. Yeah, I had a feeling. Given what we were told about these guys. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy. Lieutenant nods towards the racist lorry driver. You think this lorry belongs to our tough guy? Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine. He was acting tough before. This probably scared him a bit. Who knows when it will come in handy. A slightly scared, racist lorryman. Alright, guys. I think I'm going to wrap it up there for now. Really enjoying this. Really digging it so far. I'll probably continue this tomorrow. Maybe a bit of Animal Crossing as well. So yeah. I'll see you soon. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it as well, Dave. I'll have to check on your VODs. And yeah, I think we're going to do a film tonight for movie nights. I think we're going to watch Inland Empire in around 45 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer. So Discord is the place to be for that. Bear in mind, though, Inland Empire is a challenging film on a first watch. It's pretty crazy and hard to follow. And it's like 3 hours long as well. But yeah, if you're interested, I'll see you there. Until next time, everyone. Have a good one.